Welcome everyone. Omnic and Waze are facing off on Italy, where the favorite will be looking for a dominant performance. Waze really owns the historical head-to-head here with an 81-32 lead over Omnic, and looking at that gap, he consistently finds a way to outplay him. It'll be tough for Omnic to shake that mental weight if he can't find an early answer. He's just untouchable right now, securing another clean shot to take a commanding lead. He's just completely in control, extending that lead to a 4-0 start. Waze is just on another level right now, extending the gap to 5-0. The difference in rank is starting to feel like a mountain. Simply incredible. He's just completely shredding through these early rounds. Absolutely oppressive. He's just refusing to let Omnic get a single foot in the door. He is simply outclassing everyone, moving into a huge 8-0 lead. He's really showing that ratings difference right now. That was a slugfest. He barely walked away from that exchange to keep the streak alive. He's looking far more composed than in his recent outings. Finally, Omnic manages to trade some blood and emerge on top in a frantic exchange. He's certainly feeling the pressure after those 3 tough losses to Aster. Omnic is struggling to put together any kind of momentum, which makes sense given his 10% win rate in the last 10 rounds. It's becoming a very one-sided affair as the pressure builds. Now it's just a matter of how quickly Waze can close the door on this one. It's 11-1 heading into the break. And honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. Waze is just running away with this series and looks ready to close it out quickly. He is just seconds away from total victory after another effortless play. A quick recovery after that brief lapse in the previous round. What a scrap! He guts out a gritty win to delay the inevitable for just a bit longer. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Waze shuts the door and secures the series victory. He really played that map like a textbook, and Omnic just had no answers today. Welcome to the arena. Let's see if Aster can keep up his momentum against Waze in today's matchup. Aster currently holds a substantial historical lead with 34 total victories over his opponent. He seems to have the mental edge right now. Looking at their recent clashes, Aster has won 3 straight games against Waze in a row. It will be interesting to see if Waze can find any answer today. Absolutely untouchable right now, putting 3 on the board without breaking a sweat. Just as fast as the last one, he's completely in control of this series. Another rapid fire response, and that makes 5 straight for the leader. A very tight race on the ladder between these two. He's putting on a show, not letting up as the lead grows to 6-0. Waze is usually expected to edge these meetings out. Finally, a response from Waze to put a stop to that landslide. Their ratings are almost identical, so this is essentially a mirror match. Aster has been showing incredible consistency with a 23-17 record across his matches today. That strong form is translating perfectly into this map, where he holds a significant win rate advantage over his opponent. Waze is going to need to find a way to break this momentum quickly. He claws his way out of a tough trade to keep this momentum building. He's certainly justifying that favorite tag right now. He's just too fast, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the break. The gap in their ratings is negligible, but the result is stark. Aster takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is completely struggling here. Waze has no answer for the pace he's setting right now. Let's see if Waze can wake up. Waze manages to snag one, but Aster answers back immediately to keep the pressure on. His performance here mirrors that 13-11 result from earlier today. A spotless encounter for the leader, leaving him just 1 step away from victory. A really tough day at the office for the underdog. A quick reaction there from Waze to keep the dream alive. A quick scramble, but he came out on top there. What a result. Aster closes the door and secures a commanding victory. He's just playing on another level today, making a quick end of things in the arena. Welcome everyone. We're on red line for this match where Aster is looking strong and Omnic hopes to pull off an upset. Absolute chaos in the opening exchange, but Omnic manages to survive with a sliver of health. Aster is just too precise right now, catching Omnic right as he tried to hold the ramp. He certainly knows how to handle this particular opponent. Aster is incredibly dominant in their head-to-head history, winning about 76% of their clashes. So he's usually the one in control here. Even with that edge, Omnic is fighting back early in this series. Unbelievable, he manages to clutch out a brutal scrap and barely walks away from that fight. The pressure is mounting for the lower ranked man in this series. Omnic is playing from the ramp and it's paying off, keeping things very tight in this early stage. Aster is definitely feeling the weight of those two recent matches against Waze. We are all squared up at 3 apiece now. It's a huge step up for the number 35 ranked man. What a fight. He claws through the damage to barely secure the win. He's really leaning into that confidence from his recent run of wins. Both of these guys were fighting for the exact same space on that ramp, and Omnic just reacted faster. A tough day for him overall, but he's staying steady here. Aster regains a slim lead, moving ahead 5-4. He's been an absolute machine today with 23 round wins. Aster is just punishing him right now, picking him right off that ramp for another quick round. Aster denies him right off the ramp, continuing a scorching run of 3 straight. He looks as comfortable as he did in that blowout against Waze. Aster holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break, and honestly, this is exactly how the stats predicted things would go. He's just a tier above right now and looks poised to close this out. Let's see if Omnic wakes up. Omnic has really struggled lately with only a 10% win rate over his last 10 matches. You can see that lack of confidence bleeding into his movements here. It makes this mountain an almost impossible climb given how clinical Aster is looking. What a nail biter. Aster manages to edge out a win from the ramp, barely surviving that exchange. The rating gap is starting to feel like a canyon. He manages to find a way through, slowing down that momentum a bit. He's showing a lot of grit despite that tough 2-13 loss earlier today. Completely untouched round for Aster, putting him just one step away from victory. He's really capitalizing on the gap in experience today. A sharp reaction from Omnic to keep the dream alive for now. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. Game over. Aster shuts it down with one final burst to seal the victory. He's just in a different world right now, putting together another strong performance to keep that win streak rolling. Welcome everyone, we are on Map S for a clash between Omnic and the heavily favored Waze. Waze holds a significant psychological edge here, having won 72% of their all-time meetings. He's coming off a crushing win against this exact opponent in their last encounter. It'll be tough for Omnic to shift that momentum in his favor. Omnic is playing tight, catching Waze right as he stepped onto the ramp to keep things close. He's really fighting for his life during this 10-loss streak. Waze is cruising along with a 3-1 lead. Waze is looking unstoppable with a commanding 4-1 lead. It's getting hard to ignore the gap in the ladder rankings. Waze is simply too fast, shutting down the opposition and securing another huge win. What a scramble! Omnic just barely edges this one out in a total firefight. Pure grit from the rank 35 player to keep this game moving. He's really digging in now, securing his second straight win to keep the pressure on. The favorite is starting to look a bit vulnerable. Omnic has a rough history on this particular map, with just a 26% win rate. Well, it explains why he's struggling to close out rounds even when he finds an opening. We'll see if he can actually find a way to flip the script here. Waze still holds a healthy 3-round cushion. The rank 24 seed is starting to look a bit shaken. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's in the driver's seat exactly as we thought he would be. Omnic is showing a lot of heart, but he's still trailing the top-seeded player. Time to see if Omnic bounces back. Waze extends his lead, now sitting pretty at 8-5. He's really leaning on his experience with nearly 3,000 matches under his belt. Waze is putting on a clinic, leading 9-5. He's looking much sharper than he did against Aster earlier. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, continuing to trade rounds with the favorite to keep this competitive. Waze is just ruthless, stretching it to a 10-6 lead. The gap in skill between these two is becoming painfully obvious. Omnic claws back one more, trailing by 3 now. Waze has been really active today, putting up 21 wins so far. Another clean get for Omnic, who just refuses to let this map slip away. He's proving that the initial expectations weren't the whole story here. The momentum shifted fast, but Waze has firmly reclaimed control of the map. He's definitely finding his feet after that tough opening against Aster. Unbelievable he survives that absolute war of attrition by a thread, keeping his hopes alive. Absolute chaos in that exchange, a total coin flip of a round. He's just outlasting his opponent in these high-pressure trades, keeping his comeback hopes very much alive. That's a huge shift in pressure for the lead. What a comeback! He's completely erased the deficit to even things up at 11, all just a complete reversal of fortunes from where we started. Incredible. He's just completely taken over this match, moving within a single round of victory. Waze digs deep to force a tie, keeping the match going after a grueling exchange. Oh, total deadlock as we head into the final frames. He is simply refusing to break, nearly untouchable as he secures the lead. The underdog has completely shifted the dynamic of this set. Omnic quickly shuts him down on the ramp, continuing the surprising surge. Absolute chaos for the seed, who was supposed to cruise here. Waze just hammered that round home, completely cutting into that slim lead. tide is turning again. This 2-round stretch puts the pressure right back on Omnic. Both players are now staring down at dead heat. He's completely shut down any hope of a comeback here, cruising toward the finish line. That's a heavy sequence of rounds to concede. He keeps his composure in the overtime heat, clawing back to a dead even score. Just a legendary battle of wills from both sides now. Waze barely survives, edging ahead at 16-15. Waze pushes the advantage further, extending to a 17-15 lead. Waze is just dominant right now, leading 18-15. The higher seeded player is finally finding his footing when it matters. Omnic keeps the fight going, sitting at 16. Omnic is showing a much stronger side than he did in those earlier sets. Waze holds a hair's breadth advantage at 18-17. Waze is starting to look a bit rattled by this push. Waze pushes it to 19-17, putting on the squeeze. He almost pulled off a miracle there, but that sub-second reaction time really separated the two in the clutch. He'll be gutted. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Waze are stepping onto Dunes to see who takes the win today. Aster actually controlled this rivalry with 35 total wins over Waze. He's traditionally found a way to close out these sets, so seeing him start on the back foot is definitely a twist. I wonder if we're seeing a trend shift today. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that chaotic trade, taking a narrow lead. Waze is playing like he's determined to flip the script today. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. It's a tough spot for the opponent after those recent losses. Aster pulls ahead by 1 as we head back out. He's really putting that recent dominance on display. Waze is keeping things tight, refusing to let Aster break away with a lead. The matchup feels completely balanced given how close they are on the ladder. We'll be right back with more action from Dunes as we take a quick technical timeout. And we are back in the action on Dunes with Aster and Waze tied 3-3. Waze just edges ahead, taking a slim 4-3 lead. A surprising turn considering those heavy defeats in their previous two meetings. He's just on another level right now, extending that run to 3 straight. Total shift in momentum compared to their last encounter. Absolutely effortless. He simply refused to let up, moving to a 6-3 lead. Waze is just relentless right now, cruising to a 5-round streak before the break. Waze heads into the break with a 7-4 lead, while he's simply delivering exactly what the analysts expected. That late 5-round streak gave him a huge cushion to work with for the second half. Aster needs a spark here. A lightning fast exchange, and he takes a clean round to start, cutting into that deficit. The former favorite is finally starting to find some answers. Aster is usually the one in control, holding a decent lead in the overall head-to-head history. It's a complete reversal of expectations, seeing Waze hold his ground so firmly today. The pressure is definitely shifting onto Aster to prove his statistical edge is still relevant. Waze shuts things down completely, taking full control of this momentum swing. He is completely in control now, extending the run to 4 straight. Waze just barely survives that intense slugfest to move one step closer to victory. He's completely rewritten the narrative of this rivalry today, leaving Aster staring at the screen in disbelief. Welcome to the stream. Omnic and Aster are facing off on orange, though Aster enters this one as the clear favorite. Omnic is currently enduring a rough patch with an 11-loss streak. Starting with a round win is a huge relief for him. It's a surprising early lead considering he's typically the underdog in this pairing. Omnic is absolutely cruising with a 2-round cushion. He's really shaking up the expected narrative here. Aster needs to answer back now, trailing 2-1. He's usually the one dominating their head-to-head meetings. Aster has quickly reclaimed control and it looks like we're back to a stalemate. Both of them are fighting for a lead in this one. The tide has completely turned. He's now claimed 3 straight rounds in a row. A fast response from Omnic to level the series. A surprising turn of events for the man ranked 36th. Omnic edges ahead by 1 after a hard-fought battle. Looking at the lifetime numbers, this is a huge swing for the underdog. Complete deadlock now with Aster tying it up at 4-all. The higher-rated player is starting to find his footing again. What a frantic exchange. Aster just barely survives that war of attrition to take the lead. The higher-seeded player has a huge history of success here. He's just too hot right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. The head-to-head record really reflects a massive skill gap here. Aster is simply on another level right now, extending his lead to 3 before the team switch. Pure aggression to close out the round. Aster holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the map historically plays out for these two. He really took over the half with that 5-round run. Omnic needs a serious spark here. Aster really thrives on this specific map with a 79% win rate. It's clearly paying off and putting Omnic in a desperate position. He has to find a way to disrupt this momentum quickly. Aster is pulling away, commanding a 3-round cushion. That's some serious composure from him in the second half. Aster is starting to put some serious distance between himself and the underdog again. Aster is just too sharp right now, shutting down any hope of a comeback here. It feels like a repeat of that red line encounter from earlier. Absolute precision from the favorite, moving within touching distance of the victory. What a final burst. He closes out the game in style to secure the map win. He's really making life difficult for Omnic today, nearly matching that exact same result from their previous encounter. Welcome to the show. Omnic and Waze are facing off on fast aim. The Waze enters as the clear favorite. What a nail biter. Both of them were shredding each other, but Waze manages to edge out the win. Waze has a massive advantage here, leading their historical head-to-head 83-32. And the current score is just a reflection of that gap in skill. Omnic really needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum if he wants to stay in the game. Waze is just too quick for him, simply erasing Omnic while he was holding the ramp. Unreal. Omnic barely scrapes through a chaotic firefight, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. He's really fighting the tide after those losses to Aster. Waze is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. What a fight. He nearly went down with a shot, but just managed to hold on. A tough day so far for a guy who's really struggling lately. What a scramble. Both players were practically dead, but Waze pulls through with the narrowest of margins. His A-game is definitely showing through in this series. Omnic keeps the pressure up by cutting him down on the ramp, which really tightens this series up. And just like that, Omnic levels it at 5-all. He's putting up a huge fight despite the lower ranking. Waze recaptures the lead, pulling ahead 6-5. He's certainly showing the form that earned him that higher ladder spot. Waze holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as expected. Omnic is hanging around, but Waze is just the stronger player on this map. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Omnic has struggled significantly lately, going 0-4 in his last few games. It's a brutal stretch of form that makes this climb back to a tie look almost impossible. Waze is just far too consistent right now. Omnic catches him on the ramp and puts a huge dent in that lead. He's fighting against a huge historical deficit right now. He secures another point from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this contest close. The momentum is definitely starting to tilt in his favor. Waze is pulling away now with a 10-7 lead. The higher rated player is simply too composed here. That was a blur. Waze is just making this look easy as the gap widens. Omnic isn't going quietly. He's starting to claw his way back into this one. Waze has a strong 22-19 record across the day so far. He's really digging in here, claiming another point to close that gap. He's really putting the higher seeds on notice right now. A complete shutout here, and the momentum is firmly with the underdog. Now, this is far from the blowout most expected coming into the match. Unbelievable. Omnic has completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even. A total reset of the board as we head into the final stretch. Waze gets the upper hand from the ramp and puts himself one round away from victory. Absolutely sensational. Waze shuts it down with a perfect final shot to claim the victory. Omnic really pushed it to the limit this time, putting up a far better fight in most of his recent outings. He's finally showing some signs of life. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the arena. Aster and Waze are facing off now, with Aster entering this duel as the slight favorite. Aster has a clear historical advantage, winning 55% of their previous 64 encounters, but that head-to-head lead isn't showing up in the current server. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off the loss from their most recent duel. Waze is putting on the pressure, leading 2-1. He's definitely not feeling as shaken as he was in that previous defeat. Aster is starting to flip the script here, wiping out that early deficit in no time. Just a tiny difference on the ladder between these two. Waze edges ahead by a single round now. He has been playing a lot of games today. Everything's completely leveled out. Now we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. Aster is really starting to build some momentum here, quickly claiming the lead. He's just unstoppable right now, putting together a strong string of rounds. Waze has been fighting through a lot of games already today. Waze answers back immediately, keeping things tight. The rating gap between them is practically non-existent. A total stalemate now. We're sitting at 5-all. Aster takes a slim lead with a 6-5 advantage. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, it's a dead heat right now. Aster has completely held his own against the favorite, and this is looking like a toss-up heading into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Aster pulls ahead again, securing a 7th round. He's certainly shaking off that loss from their previous meeting. Aster is currently sitting at a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's definitely using that recent confidence to put a distance between himself and Waze. He is really starting to dictate the pace of this duel. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a massive 4-round lead. He's putting that recent victory over Omnic into high gear. He is simply too fast for his opponent right now, securing another effortless win. Waze finally manages to find his mark, putting a stop to that run. A much-needed breath of air for Waze. He closes the gap quickly, and now he's just a single round away from victory. He's really cementing that favorite status right now. What a quick reaction from Waze, shutting that attempt down in a heartbeat. He's refusing to go down without a fight. What a finishing touch. Aster closes the door on this series with a flawless final play. He really stepped up his game to get the revenge win after that blowout on Dunes. Talk about a quick turnaround. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Omnic and Aster facing off, though Aster enters this one as the clear favorite. Aster makes a strong opening statement, utilizing that ramp position to secure the lead. He's already got a huge historical advantage in this matchup. Omnic is really fighting uphill here, especially considering he's a 0-5 in his last few outings. It's an incredible shift in momentum given how heavily he struggled today. The question is whether he can actually turn this into a genuine run. Aster, firmly. His higher rank is starting to tell right here. He just wipes him off the ramp to extend this run. Looking back at their head-to-head, he really owns this rivalry. Omnic finds another opening to put him off the ramp and keep this rally going. He's proving that the gap in the rankings isn't an absolute wall. Aster still holds a healthy 3-round cushion. He's coming off a solid 23-16 performance in the last day. Unbelievable grit from Omnic to scrap through that exchange and barely survive. He's just not letting this slip into a total blowout. What a nail biter. Aster barely manages to secure the kill on the ramp, clutching it by a thread. He really seems to have Omnic's number in this series. Omnic is refusing to back down, clawing back another round to keep this fight alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close out the round. He's simply too fast right now, completely dismantling the defense to pull within one. The underdog is really putting a dent in those pre-match expectations. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. Omnic is showing some heart, but Aster's higher rating is simply translating into a steady advantage. Time to swap sides. Aster's record against Omnic is overwhelmingly strong, winning over 70% of their previous meetings. It's a psychological wall that seems nearly impossible for Omnic to scale. He needs a serious shift in momentum if he wants to avoid a quick exit. Aster puts on a clinical display from the ramp to put his momentum back in high gear. What a frantic fight. He manages to bring Omnic down from the ramp in a total shootout. It's starting to look like a repeat of their previous meeting. He manages to secure a strong point from the ramp to disrupt the flow. The lower ranked player is finding some gaps in the defense. Aster secures a massive lead and is now just one step from victory. The skill gap is becoming an insurmountable wall here. And that's it. Aster finishes the game with a total shutout of the final round. Omnic put up a fighting effort, but he's just not finding any answers for the higher seed today. Welcome to the June's map. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off, with Waze entering as the clear favorite today. Waze has dominated this particular pairing, winning 72% of their previous encounters. This head-to-head history is starting to feel like a heavy weight for Omnic to carry right now. He needs a strong response early if he wants to shake this pattern. Waze is cruising now with a 2-1 lead. A tough time for the lower ranked man right now. What an absolute brawl. He manages to scrape through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health to even the score. Omnic's finally got the edge, leading 3-2. Quite a turnaround for him, given that brutal cold streak. Waze answers back, and now we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. This looks a lot more like the matchup we expected. Unbelievable, he almost went down, but manages to drag himself across the finish line to take a 1-round lead. And we are tied up again, 4 apiece. Coming off a rough 0-6 stretch, he's fighting for every bit of ground. Omnic pulls ahead just a bit, holding a tight 5-4 lead. Waze is certainly feeling the pressure now, despite his ranking advantage. What a chaotic exchange. Both players were nearly depleted, but he holds on for another win. Omnic's really surging, putting him 1 up at 6-5. We head into the break, all tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly this is a huge result for Omnic. He's completely neutralized the player who usually owns this matchup. New side, fresh start. Omnic has reclaimed his slim advantage at 7-6. It's an impressive shift considering the gap between them on the ladder. Omnic has a 30% career win rate in the league. Well, you have to admire the grit here, because he's completely ignored those numbers today. He's effectively flipped the script on the higher seeded player and is now firmly in the driver's seat. Waze fights back and we're staring at the dead heat. That was a clean stop for the favorite. Omnic is really keeping the pace high, putting Waze on the defensive for the first time in a while. Pure chaos as they've clawed back to a 9-9 deadlock. That's a stark contrast to how the previous few matches ended for him. Waze finally takes control with a 10-9 lead. He's definitely showing why he's the superior seed here. He's simply too fast, securing another point to keep the roll going. He's really putting that ranking advantage to use. A lightning fast response from Omnic to cut the deficit to 1. Sensationally tight. We are looking at a complete deadlock heading into the final stretch. A quick reaction secures that round, putting Waze just 1 point away from the victory. His overall consistency started to show through. What a final strike. He shuts everything down to close out the match. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, almost pulling off the impossible given how tough he's had it lately. He just couldn't close the door. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Waze are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster enters this one with an impressive 80% win rate on this specific map. It's a significant advantage considering he's already tasting success today with a 3-game streak. Waze will need to find a response quickly to keep this competitive. Waze is fighting an uphill battle down by 1. Waze has completely flipped the script here, taking a lot of the momentum after that second straight win. The two are effectively neck and neck on the ladder right now. Just an absolute blur of a round, and now he's completely shifted the tide. He's just untouchable right now, cruising to another victory to keep this streak alive. Waze is really putting that recent win over Omnic to good use. He just won't stop, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor with 5 straight. It's a complete turnaround from their last meeting on the map. Finally, Aster manages to disrupt that flow and gets himself back into the game. He's showing why the pre-match odds leaned in his favor. He's digging in deep, securing another one to close the gap. He's definitely playing his way back into the driver's seat. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead even split. He just can't be stopped, securing his 4th straight victory to take the lead. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Honestly, it's a toss-up right now. Aster is proving he can hang with the favorite, making this an incredibly open series as we switch sides. Fresh start for both. Waze claws back a slender lead at 7-6. Both players are really putting up a fight in their 3rd game today. What a frantic exchange. Both were nearly gone, but he scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left. He's just refusing to let this slip away. He's showing some serious grit, surviving that exchange to keep his comeback alive. The gap in their experience is barely noticeable right now. Aster is simply on fire, erasing the deficit to tie things up at 8-8. That was an incredibly fast resolution to the tie. He's simply too fast right now, powering through another one to keep this surge going. A clean response from Waze to bring this series back to a level split. He continues this climb, showing a lot of heart to secure the 10-9 lead. A solid response from the guy who entered as the favorite. Aster just forces the deadlock, bringing it to 10-all. The head-to-head history here is remarkably tight. He's truly refusing to back down, continuing his charge back into the lead. His confidence is clearly returning after that mid-game slump. We're back to a deadlock. It's anyone's game moving forward from here. Neither man is giving an inch today. Absolutely effortless. Waze takes full control, putting himself on the verge of victory. The speed of that kill was just frightening. What a result. He forces the stalemate and sends this entire battle into overtime. Pure chaos in this series as we head into the extra frames. Waze just reacted incredibly fast to put himself in a prime position here. Just a tiny gap in rating separating these two. Aster strikes first to freeze the game at 13-13, showing incredible poise in this high-pressure frame. Waze has a lead again, and he's playing a very dangerous game of tug-of-war here. He's truly fighting a tough battle against the H2H leader. absolute chaos. Esther barely clings to life, surviving by the skin of his teeth to lock this series up at 14. All the tension in this series is just suffocating right now. Waze looks absolutely sharp here, walking away completely unscathed to secure a critical lead. He manages to dig himself out of a hole in that exchange, bringing this absolute nail-biter back to a tie. After pulls ahead by 1, putting massive pressure on Waze. Aster is really starting to stretch his lead to 17-15. A tough spot for the guy who stepped in as the underdog. Waze is barely hanging on now, trailing by 1. We're seeing a real clash of styles between these two today. Aster is widening the gap, now leading 18-16. He's really making the most of that top tier ranking right now. Aster is cruising toward the finish line at 19-16. He just keeps finding a way to close these out in the clutch. Waze played his heart out in overtime, but he couldn't quite break that momentum. What a battle. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Aster facing off on Mappas, with Aster entering as the strong favorite today. Omnic has a really difficult history against this opponent, winning only 13 of their 58 head-to-head meetings. And with a 15-match losing streak currently weighing on him, we have to wonder if that opening round was just a fluke. It will be interesting to see if Aster can lock back into his usual form. Omnic is actually pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. He brings a lot of confidence after that 19-16 victory over Waze. Aster is looking a bit shaken right now. He's just not finding his footing against Omnic in these early rounds. Aster gets the better of him from the ramp, bringing the total right back to a 1-round difference. He is clearly the more consistent player over the long haul. Aster is really starting to exert his will here, taking control from the ramp to keep the momentum moving his way. The momentum has completely flipped as he secures another win from the ramp. He's definitely playing like a top 20 player right now. Absolutely crushing it now, picking up another one to make it 4 in a row. The skill difference is starting to show on the board. He's just untouchable right now, barely breaking a sweat as he pushes the lead to 6-3. He's refusing to back down, catching his opponent with an incredibly sharp shot to cut the lead to 2. He's refusing to fade, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this contest. The underdog is definitely refusing to go quietly here. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's certainly proving why he's the higher rated player here. Omnic is fighting hard, but Aster has the edge as he'd be expected to. Let's see if Omnic can push back. Aster has been incredibly productive today with a 24-14 record over the last day. He is really translating that high volume of success into a commanding lead in this particular series, it seems. He's completely figured out how to shut down Omnic's attempts at a comeback. Aster is cruising now with a solid 9-6 advantage. It's a tough spot for a guy currently ranked 36th on the ladder. He's showing some real grit here, taking another round without letting a single bullet through. A clean double take for the challenger as the gap narrows. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He is certainly playing to that upper half ranking today. A wild exchange here, but Omnic manages to outlast him to close the distance further. It's getting a bit stressful for the top-seeded guy. What a display of poise. He is just refusing to let the lead slip away, keeping this fight very much alive. Another instant victory for Omnic, who has now completely erased the deficit to tie things up. Unreal. He's just on fire right now, moving into the lead for the first time since the start. This is a nightmare scenario for the favorite. Aster answers back immediately to bring this set back to a dead heat. Both players are now perfectly synchronized as they head into the final stretch. That's a huge result, putting him just one round away from victory. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog now. What a result. We are headed to overtime after that completely clean exchange. Absolute chaos as we move into a deadlock. Incredibleness from Omnic, picking him off the ramp to push the advantage to 13-12. A complete reversal of what everyone expected coming into this duel. We've got a total stalemate here. Neither one of them is giving an inch as they head into the next set. Aster is putting on a serious clinic right now, really closing in on finishing this thing off. He's completely locked in after that brief dip. Absolutely terrifying pace from Aster, shutting the door on that comeback attempt with a perfect shot. Aster just completely seized the initiative again. A gritty trade here, and Omnic shows incredible resilience to survive that exchange. Another lightning fast kill for Omnic, and he's now just one round away from closing this out. Aster claws back a lead, sitting just ahead at 16-15. Aster holds on to a tight 2-round cushion. Slighting the pressure, he keeps his composure high. Aster is really pulling away now, leading 18-15. He's just too sharp when the stakes are this high. Aster is putting a chokehold on the game at 19-15. He just couldn't seal the deal in those final moments, though he's gotta be proud of how he played today. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. Waze enters as the clear favorite today, but let's see if Omnic can pull off an upset. Waze has an overwhelming historical advantage with 85 wins in their head-to-head history. It makes sense given the gap in their overall rating on the ladder. Omnic really needs to find a way to disrupt that pattern early. Waze holds a slim lead as we start round 3. He's coming in with a lot of momentum after that 21-18 run today. Waze just punished him for taking that ramp position, and now he's really starting to stretch this lead. Waze is just one step ahead at 3-2. The 37 spot on the ladder is fighting back. Waze is cruising right now with a 4-2 cushion. He's dealing with a brutal slump lately, having failed to secure a single win in his last 10. The gap is closing fast. Omnic is refusing to let Waze pull away from this early on. He's shaking off a rough start to the day. A real clash of the titans on the ramp there, and Waze comes out on top. He's really leaning into that experience advantage. Omnic has been completely shut out of his last 8 matches today, so yeah, it's becoming really difficult to see where he finds the confidence to turn this around. He's just not showing the composure needed to close the gap. He simply refuses to let up, securing a 4th straight win while holding that ramp position. Waze goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, it's basically a mirror of what we expected to see. He's playing exactly to his rating and looks very composed. New sides, new energy. Waze is just dominating, pushing his lead to 9-4. It is a tough day for the lower seeded player. What a fight! He barely walks away from that exchange with his life. Absolutely clutch to keep the lead intact there. Waze is firmly in control at 10-5. A quick transition there, putting some pressure back on the favorite. Waze is just relentless with the pressure, making it almost impossible for Omnic to find any stability here. Complete shutdown of the opposition as he moves within striking distance of victory. And there it is, he closes it out from the ramp to secure the match. A tough outcome for Omnic, but he just couldn't find any answers for those lightning fast reactions. Welcome to the stream. We've got Aster and Waze facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster has the edge in the overall head-to-head with 37 wins over Waze. It makes this first round loss even more surprising given how well he typically matches up against this opponent. Now the challenge is seeing if he can shake off this early stumble. Waze is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. He's coming in with a massive 10-match run of form. Waze is putting on a real display early on, taking full control of this set. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure here. Waze is absolutely dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange, clawing back around while clinging to just 7 health. He refuses to go away, putting together a second straight win to close the gap. What a turnaround. He secures a third straight win to completely even the score. Absolute chaos. He barely walks away from that fight, surviving with a tiny sliver of health left. He's found his footing and we are completely level now. This is exactly how the odds predicted the struggle would go. He's purely determined to flip the script, taking another win to keep this surge going. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is proving to be way too strong for the favorite right now. He's just too consistent to let Waze get comfortable. Let's see if Waze can recover. He's staying sharp, proving he can weather the storm and keep moving forward. That was an incredibly fast exchange to wrap up the round. He's showing some real grit here, taking a quick win to keep the pressure on. He needed that response to keep things interesting. He's refusing to let the gap widen, shutting that down in an instant. A lethal pair of reactions to close those last two. What a brawl. He barely manages to scrape through that exchange to keep his momentum surging. That's a huge stop right there. He's just completely untroubled in that exchange, keeping the pressure high as he continues to tear back into this game. What a scrap. He barely survives a brutal firefight, digging deep to keep this streak alive. He's really clinging to his life out there today. Waze puts a stop to that run with a quick exchange. Aster has been on fire lately, boasting a huge win rate over his last 10. He's staying aggressive and keeps this rally alive, narrowing the distance to just 2 rounds. Things are getting incredibly tight for Aster now. Waze is on a tear now, just outclassing his opponent in a completely one-sided trade. That's a huge shift in momentum for the challenger. Waze is simply outclassing him right now, securing a 4th straight win to bring us completely level. He is simply unstoppable now, moving just 1 win away from a massive victory. That was an incredibly fast shutdown. And there it is. Waze finishes the game in style to complete an incredible rally. Aster really fought hard and walked away from those close calls multiple times, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. Omnic takes on the heavily favored Aster in today's 1v1 battle. Omnic has been struggling heavily with a no-9 record today, and that makes this early lead even more surprising given the historical gap between them. We'll see if the underdog can actually maintain this pressure. Aster claws back and now holds a slim lead. Their previous encounter on Mappas ended with a similarly dominant result. Unbelievable scramble. Both players dumped almost their whole health bar, but Aster barely scrapes through with the kill. Aster is simply too fast right now, cruising through another effortless point. The higher rated side is firmly in control here. A completely untouchable round for Omnic, proving he can still hold his own. He's definitely making the favorite sweat right now. Aster is holding a huge lead in the head-to-head record, winning about 78% of their career matchups. So yeah, we are seeing that long-term dominance play out in real time. The pressure is really mounting on Omnic to find a way back into this series. Aster is cruising now with a comfortable 3-point cushion. A bold showing from the number 39 seed. What a fight. He digs deep to outlast Aster in a brutal exchange for his second straight point. The momentum is shifting as the gaps... Aster still leads 7-4, but Omnic is charging. He is really asserting his rank advantage here. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, the class difference is showing here. He's leaning on that high skill gap to stay well ahead of the pace. Fresh start for Omnic here. Omnic picks up a point, bringing it to 5-8. He's managing to snap that brutal loss streak from his previous games. He's keeping the pressure high, securing another point to narrow the gap. He is really defying the odds in this series. He's just relentless right now, keeping that run going while barely breaking a sweat. Absolute precision from the underdog on that burst. A quick reset from Aster, who secures a tidy point to keep the lead. Aster holds a 3-point edge as we enter round 17. Aster seems to be finding his footing after that early scare. Aster shuts that comeback down immediately, putting an end to the run with a clean finish. A sharp burst from Omnic to pick up another point. He's really fighting the tide today. He's putting up a serious fight now, taking another one with ease. Aster is looking remarkably fragile after that exchange. A lightning fast reaction here by Aster to put himself on the edge of victory. A total shutdown to recapture the momentum. Game over. Aster finishes it with a lightning strike to seal the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there. But it's just another day at the office for the top 20 seed. Welcome to the show. We have Omnic and Waze facing off on red line, with Waze entering as the strong favorite today. Waze has dominated this specific rivalry, taking 73% of their total matchups. This historic edge is proving critical here, since Omnic is currently struggling to put together any momentum. It'll be tough for him to turn things around if this trend keeps holding. Omnic is refusing to go down easy, using that ramp to keep the pressure on. He's really fighting back from that rough start to the day. Waze is comfortably in control with a 3-1 lead. He's certainly leaning into that rating gap today. Waze keeps the edge, holding a slim 3-2 advantage. A real shootout on the ramp there, but Waze came out on top. He's really struggling to find any error today. Waze manages to stay ahead by just a single round. The lower seeded player is putting up a serious fight here. Omnic is absolutely on fire right now, pushing the score level as he forces Waze off that ramp. A massive swing for the number 39 ranked player here. He is completely taken over, putting together an impressive run to grab the lead. He's completely shifted the tide, securing another victory from the ramp. Just can't stop winning. Dragging Waze off the ramp for another huge round. The lower rated side is truly defying every projection tonight. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Honestly, this is an incredible turnaround given how poorly he has played today. Waze is clearly rattled by that 6-game run he just endured. Omnic entered the day on an 18-loss streak, which makes this performance even more shocking. He's essentially completely erased his terrible form over the last few hours. It'll be a huge test to see if he can keep this pace. Omnic is just cruising now with a commanding 10-4 lead. The momentum has completely shifted from their last fast aim meeting. Omnic just can't be stopped, extending the gap to a 7-round lead. Waze finally gets a round back with a fast, efficient kill. Waze is fighting back quickly, but he still has a mountain to climb to close this gap. A quick exchange, and he's just one more round away from the victory. This is a complete reversal of how we expected this match to go. Unbelievable, he closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the match victory. He just played the game of his life to break a nightmare of a slump. Just a huge result for the underdog here. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We have Aster and Waze facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a clear advantage in their lifetime head-to-head history, and is looking very comfortable early on here. We saw Waze take their most recent clash, so this feels like the start of a strong retaliation. What a scramble. That was a total war of attrition, and Waze just barely edges it out to level the series. Waze looks sharp right now, securing that win from the ramp to take a narrow lead. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. Things are heating up. The 19th seed looks like he's starting to find his footing. Waze is now firmly in control at 3-2. Waze looks a bit more confident after that 13-11 victory earlier today. The momentum is shifting rapidly, and Aster is really starting to feel the pressure of this series. Waze keeps the pressure high, picking him right off the ramp. His current form is defying the historical head-to-head stats. Aster fights through a tough exchange to secure this one, showing a lot of grit to close the gap. It's good to see the favorite making some noise now. Aster has a 24-13 record over the last day. It's a strong showing, but he's somehow struggling to translate that individual form into this specific set. Waze is just playing the role of the spoiler perfectly right now. Waze is really pulling away with a 7-4 lead. Waze leads 7-5 going into the break. Honestly, we're seeing exactly what the analysts projected for this match. Aster is keeping it close, but he'll need a strong second half to flip the script. Let's see if Aster can rally. Waze keeps cruising along with an 8-5 cushion. He is really leaning into his role as the underdog here. Waze is dominating, sitting pretty at 9-5. Waze is playing a remarkably clean series for someone with a lower map win rate. Aster is refusing to just go away. He's clawing his way back into this one. He really needs to bring those map-specific percentages to life. A huge look from the ramp as he puts together another win, refusing to let the gap widen. He's simply unstoppable right now, managing to outlast the duel to keep this surge alive. Waze regains control by picking him off from the ramp. He's proving to be a nightmare for the favorite this afternoon. He's showing some serious resolve here, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. It's getting tighter and tighter every single round. These last few exchanges have been so quick, it's just a matter of who reacts first. Waze completely shuts him down. And now we are at match point. A quick result that puts the pressure squarely on the other side. Absolutely untouchable. Waze closes the door on this match with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered, defying all those historical stats and the map percentages to take the series. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a duel between Omnic and the favored Aster. Let's see if the underdog can pull off a win. Aster is coming in with a massive 81% map win rate here, and honestly that confidence shows in the way he's controlling the pace. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually disrupt that rhythm today. Aster takes the lead, putting Omnic on the back foot. He's certainly showing why he holds the higher rating today. Omnic is starting to look like a target practice dummy. These reactions are just way too fast. Aster holds the edge with a slim 3-2 lead. He is definitely putting up a fight despite that 1347 lifetime record. Aster's momentum is building, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. He's sitting in the top half of the ladder for a reason. Aster's dominance in their head-to-head is staggering, leading their lifetime series 47-13. It's clear he's got the psychological edge right now. If Aster keeps converting these early rounds, he'll likely close this out quickly. He's absolutely refusing to let up, cruising toward a double-digit lead. The gap in skill levels is on full display. He's just not letting up, taking another effortless win to keep this run going. Just a blink of an eye and another round goes to Aster, who is simply on another level today. Aster heads into the break with a huge 10-2 lead, and honestly this is exactly how the analysts predicted the match would go. That 7-round streak really crushed any hope of a close contest. Time for a fresh start. Aster is basically a war right now. He's just not giving Omnic any room to breathe. The numbers from the ladder practically promised a result like this. That short burst of resistance from Omnic ends quickly, leaving Aster just one step away from victory. The skill gap really is as wide as we thought. A desperate fight back here, as Omnic manages to claw one more round away. A sudden wake-up call for the frontrunner. And that's it. Aster shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the series. He just looked a cut above today, proving once again that he's the one to beat on this map. Welcome to Berserk League. Omnic and Waze are facing off on fast aim to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Waze opens things up with a strong start, utilizing that height on the ramp to grab the early lead. Waze has dominated this rivalry with 86 total round wins. He's really looking to extend that psychological advantage today. Given the gap between them on the ladder, this feels like a straightforward path to victory. We're all squared up now with Omnic fighting back. The 36th ranked player is putting on a clinic right now. Waze handles that ramp play perfectly to claw back into a lead. A high pressure spot for the underdog to keep pace. Omnic just takes control from the ramp, keeping this an absolute toss-up. Waze is proving too difficult to shift right now, simply refusing to let Omnic get any momentum going. Waze has been incredibly consistent lately with a 22-17 record over the last day. It's a huge contrast to Omnic, who is really struggling to find his footing right now. It'll be tough for him to mount a comeback if he can't break this rhythm. Waze is just too sharp from that ramp, keeping the momentum on his side. He's definitely playing like the favorite here. Waze is pulling away with a 7-4 lead. He's definitely showing why he's preferred in this pairing. Waze holds a comfortable 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, everything is going according to plan here. He is simply outplaying Omnic as the stats predicted. Omnic needs a spark here. Waze is firmly in control with an 8-5 cushion. A quick response there to shut down that run. Waze just extends the lead to 9-5. Omnic just picks him right off the ramp to keep this series interesting. That's a tough spot to be in after just dropping a map to Aster. Unreal Waze barely scrapes through that exchange, clutching the win after being pushed to the absolute limit. An absolute nail-biter of an exchange there. He barely survives that chaotic spray battle to secure his second straight win. Absolutely lethal efficiency on the entries right now. Waze had the match by the throat after those last two rounds, but Omnic just keeps refusing to go away. Still a massive hill for the rank 36 player to climb. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, refusing to let Waze close this out easily. He's absolutely on fire right now, claiming another effortless round as the streak hits 3. Huge response from Waze to halt that momentum and put himself just one round away from the win. What a finish. Waze seals the deal with a crisp headshot to secure the victory. He really leaned on that experience to close it out. Omnic put up a decent fight, but he just couldn't keep the pressure on for long enough. welcome to the stream. We have Aster and Waze facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster leads the Lifetime Series 37-31 and is already showing their dominance early on. It's interesting because Waze actually took their last encounter. This feels like a perfect opportunity for Aster to reclaim the psychological edge. Gritty exchange here, but Aster manages to walk away with the victory. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Tough trade for both players, but Waze shows some real grit here to secure the round. He's proving why he can hang with the top players tonight. Aster is just rolling through with a commanding 4-1 lead. Waze usually enters these as the favorite, but he's struggling here. Aster absolutely crushing it with the 5-1 cushion. Aster has an all-time win rate of 55%, which usually speaks to his consistency in these matchups. And honestly, it's surprising to see Waze fighting back this hard given the projections. The question now is whether he can actually turn this into a full comeback. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange, hanging on by a thread to secure the round. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely walks away with the round, but he's now sitting on a 3-round tier. Momentum shifts back completely as he pulls ahead to a 7-round lead. Aster takes a huge lead with a 9-3 score going into the break. Waze was the projected winner coming into this, but the script has completely flipped. He's looking very lost against a high-performing underdog. Waze needs a fresh start here. What a scrap. Waze barely scrapes through that exchange to secure a hard-fought point. A surprising swing of form from a player who usually owns the edge. Aster holds a solid 4-round advantage at 9-5. The raw skill gap between these two is virtually non-existent. Aster is just putting on a clinic at 10-5. He's certainly showing why he's ranked inside the top 20. Waze is starting to find some answers here, refusing to let this game slip away. Aster has really put the pressure on here, moving within striking distance of a finish. The 21 spot is really asserting himself right now. That was a fierce battle, but he manages to secure another round and move into match point. Waze wins a completely uncontested exchange to stay in the fight. Squeezing every bit of value out of this. What a finish. He almost gets taken down. But Aster fights through the damage to seal the series. He just completely shut that door. Definitely an answer to that previous loss they had together. Welcome everyone to Junes. We have Omnic facing off against Aster, who enters this match as the strong favorite, as a heavy lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 79% of their encounters. But Omnic is clearly trying to break that pattern today. It'll be interesting to see if this early lead is just a fluke or a genuine shift in momentum. He's absolutely on fire, claiming a third straight round to put the favorite in a deep hole. And the favorite finally answers back, refusing to let himself fall any further behind. A little more like the usual clash between these two. He's staying calm under pressure and quickly closing the gap to just one round. The higher rank is starting to show a lot more control. Omnic still holds a commanding 2-round cushion here. A surprising turn of events considering the rating difference. Aster is currently an absolute machine today with a 24-14 record in the last day. So yeah, he's coming into this match with way more confidence. The real story is whether Omnic can actually sustain this lead when everything about the rating suggests this should be a blowout. He's completely taking over the server now, picking up another one to extend the gap. Aster reacts quickly, putting an end to that run with a sharp kill. Omnic is comfortably ahead, sitting on a 3-round lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's shocking to see the lower rated player controlling the tempo like this. Aster is normally so oppressive in this head-to-head, but he's clearly struggling to find an answer for Omnic right now. Fresh start for both players. Omnic, move, push, move. An incredible showing for the lower ranked player in this series. The favorite is digging in and starting to claw back into this map. The gap in their ladder rankings is still the overarching theme. Omnic is holding strong with a 3-round advantage. Omnic is putting on a clinic, extending that lead to 10-6. It's becoming a complete reversal of their usual outcomes. What a scrap. He just barely survives that exchange to keep his momentum surging. Everything about the rating gap says this shouldn't be happening. Aster manages to fight back with a quick double tap to secure the round. Omnic recovers immediately from that loss, placing himself just a single round away from victory. A total collapse from the higher seeded player tonight. Unbelievable, Omnic seals the deal right here and secures a massive victory. Just an absolute shocker of a result. He completely rewrote the script today, finally proving he can go toe-to-toe with the top guys. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Waze are facing off on Mappas, with the favorite looking for another strong victory. Waze holds a massive 87-33 advantage in their career head-to-head, and honestly, he has the mental edge coming off that victory in their last encounter. It'll be tough for Omnic to bridge that gap if he can find an early answer. Waze is really starting to pull ahead here. He's fighting through a tough run today after that 2-12 start. Waze is really putting the pressure on early, refusing to let Omnic get any momentum moving forward. Waze is cruising right now with a 3-2 lead. It's a closer fight than that rating gap suggests. Omnic has clawed back to a dead hit. Waze looked sharp earlier today against Aster, so he'll want to reset. Waze is really capitalizing on these quick exchanges to keep the lead. Waze looks like the stronger player on this map today. Omnic has struggled throughout the day with a 2-12 record in his last 14 matches. It explains why he's fighting such an uphill battle against a player of Waze's caliber. He really needs to find a way to break this downward trend before it's too late. Waze is just unstoppable right now, extending his run to 4 straight. He's showing exactly why he's higher on the ladder. A quick response from Omnic to keep things interesting as we approach the half. Waze needs to keep his composure before they head to the break. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the top seed is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's simply the more reliable player on this specific map. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Waze is firmly in control with an 8-5 cushion. A massive amount of experience on the line for the higher rated competitor. Waze is just seeing everything from that ramp position, keeping his lead comfortably in hand. Waze is staring down a commanding 9-6 advantage. It's a gritty effort for a player ranked 36th on the ladder. Waze makes quick work of that, cleaning up Omnic right off the ramp. He's really asserting his authority in this series. Omnic is really struggling to find an answer as Waze continues to push the lead. Omnic is refusing to just go quietly here. He's definitely showing some life in the late game. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Waze barely survives with a sliver of health to put himself on match point. What a finish! Waze closes it out perfectly to secure the series. He's really keeping the momentum going today. That's another clean one in the books for the favorite. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Waze are ready to battle it out on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster enters this map with an impressive 81% win rate, which really sets the tone for his approach here. It's a huge contrast to Waze, who generally struggles to keep things even on this specific layout. We'll see if that historical dominance carries him through. He's absolutely on fire, picking up another quick round to secure a perfect start. He's putting on an absolute clinic, securing his 4th straight to shut out his opponent. Waze finally answers back with a quick snapshot to get on the board. The two are surprisingly close in the current rankings. Aster is firmly in control with a 5-1 lead. Waze can't seem to shake those ghosts from their last Italy meeting. Aster holds a solid 38-31 lead in their lifetime head-to-head history. Well, that psychological edge is clearly playing a role in his current confidence. It will be tough for Waze to flip the script when he's already trailing by so much. Aster's just too strong, leading 6-3 right now. We're seeing a real battle of equals between these two. Waze managed to pull a couple of rounds back, but Aster quickly shuts that door closed. Aster is cruising along with a commanding 7-4 lead. He's certainly showing his strength after that recent victory against him. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he is definitely proving the skeptics wrong right now. Waze was expected to take this, but he's struggling to keep pace. Waze needs to wake up fast. Aster's really pulling away now, leading 8-5. A quick reflex response from the higher rated player. Waze is showing some real grit, refusing to let his opponent pull further away. He's certainly trying to close the gap after those tough early losses. Waze is refusing to go away, cleaning up another round to narrow this gap further. The momentum has shifted heavily in his favor. Absolutely incredible. He has completely erased that deficit to bring the score level. Pure chaos now as the slate is completely wiped clean. He answers back instantly to take a 1-round lead. Both of these guys are putting in some heavy hours today. Waze is just refusing to break, hitting another huge flick to keep this battle tied up. Aster just barely edges ahead with a 10-9 lead. The two of them are essentially neck and neck on our ladder. Aster is really starting to tighten the noose here, picking up another quick victory to push his lead. Absolutely ruthless. He just completely shut down that comeback attempt and is now 1 win away from victory. What a finish! He secures the final blow to close out the series. Waze really fought his way back from the brink, but he just couldn't find that final push. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's matchup. Aster wastes no time today, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp to take an early lead. He really has the historical edge in this rivalry. Aster holds a huge overall lead in their head-to-head history with 48 wins to just 14. But we already saw Omnic manage to outplay him in their last trip to the server. Now the question is whether that confidence stays with the underdog as this set progresses. We're all tied up now, a dead heat at 2 apiece. Omnic is really fighting the rating gap today. Omnic is putting a lot of pressure on Aster right now with a couple of fast wins. It's rare to see the number 21 seed look this shaky. Neither man is budging, we're stuck at 3-all. Aster is putting that upper half ranking to good use right now. Omnic edges ahead, moving into a 1-round lead. That's a surprising look given the 14-48 historical split. Aster responds quickly here, punishing Omnic for playing high on the ramp. It's tough for the lower ranked man to maintain this momentum. Aster claws back the lead, now sitting 1 up. He's definitely finding his footing after that rough start to the day. The momentum has completely shifted as Aster takes his 3rd straight victory. Aster is really putting that 70% recent win rate on display. He holds that high ground perfectly to claim another one, extending the lead to 7. Aster goes into the break leading 7-5. Well, the top-seeded player is keeping things under control for now. He closed out that half with a strong 4-round run to secure the advantage. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp, showing some real grit in this comeback effort. He's proving he can hold his own despite that ranking difference. Aster wasn't letting him linger on that ramp, shutting the door on that little rally immediately. Aster is putting his recent form on full display with that 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's becoming clear that he's far too consistent for Omnic to deal with right now. He just needs a few more rounds to put this away. Another one for the top seed as he holds his ground on the ramp to secure a 4th consecutive round. The higher seed looks completely locked in right now. Omnic finds a tidy angle from the ramp to put a stop to that run. He's determined to prove he can pull off a 2nd upset today. That's a huge stop, and now Aster is just 1 round away from victory. It's been a smooth path to this point for the favored man. A precise strike there to keep things interesting, as the underdog refuses to go quiet. A very clean response to keep the pressure mounting. What a stop. He's completely shut down the momentum as Aster sits on match point. Unreal. He's completely frozen the favor's momentum. And there it is. Aster closes the door and takes the series. He really stood his ground in those late exchanges to make sure this one didn't slip away. Just total composure from the top seed. Welcome everyone to the arena. Omnic takes on Waze in a match where the favorite will be put to the test. Waze has been practically untouchable in this rivalry, owning a massive 88-33 lead in their head-to-head history. That historical dominance usually translates to confidence, and we saw that immediately in the opening exchange. It'll be tough for Omnic to find any footing here. He's completely in control, cruising to a 3-0 lead. He's definitely capitalizing on the rating gap right now. He survives a wild exchange to get back on the board. The underdog is starting to push back. Waze is just relentless, pushing his lead to 4-1. The higher rank is certainly making his presence felt early. Waze is just outclassing him, now sitting at 5-1. His recent 22-16 record today shows he's in great shape. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle today with that 2-14 record over the last 24 hours. He's clearly been struggling to find his footing across his other matches today. He needs to string together a few more of these wins if he wants to put a dent in that scoreline. Waze is just too strong, extending his lead to 6-3. Just a quick flash of brilliance from the lower seeded player here. What a clean response. That's a second straight for Omnic as he continues to claw back into this. He's just too fast right now, moving into the final round of the half with a huge surge. The pressure is shifting completely before we hit that break. Waze holds a 7-5 edge heading into the break. You know, this is basically playing out as the experts predicted. He's maintaining his lead, but Omnic is fighting much harder than his history in this matchup suggests. Let's see who settles in first. Waze is pulling away again, leading it 8-5. The higher seed is firmly in the driver's seat again. What a sharp reflex play. Omnic is staying stubborn and refusing to go away. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his momentum surging. Absolutely ice in his veins for that finish. He's simply on fire, leveling the series completely. This is getting wild considering the gap in their ladder rankings. A quick response from the favorite to halt the momentum swing. Waze keeps a slim 2-round cushion at 10-8. Waze is playing comfortably here, looking every bit the favorite. He's just too sharp, shutting down the comeback attempt with an effortless snap. He's really digging in his heels, refusing to let the lead slip further away. He's really fighting to close that gap and keep this series alive. He just won't back down, keeping this fight alive with another huge play. The pressure is mounting for the favorite as this gap shrinks. What a chaotic scramble. He barely walks away from that one to tie things up. Simply unbelievable movement to secure that equality. Absolute madness. He's carved out a lead and now stands on the verge of victory. He is simply outplaying his opponent in this final stretch. Incredible. He clenches the map in an absolute slugfest, surviving by a hair. He just completely rewrote the script in that final stretch. To pull that off against a rival who usually dominates is just shocking. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Dunes map. Let's see if Aster can hold on to the momentum against Waze tonight. Aster holds a clear historical edge with a 56% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's interesting to see that lead not translate into an early advantage here. We'll have to see if he can pull back from this early deficit. Waze is firing on all cylinders, leading 2-1. His raw stats usually favor the other side of this match. We've got a real deadlock on our hands. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch. Waze is pulling ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. He's clearly disregarding that lower seed ranking today. Aster has clawed back, tying things up at 3-3. Both players have been fighting tooth and nail for control this match. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. These two are basically trading shots in a fraction of a second. Absolute chaos now as Aster and Waze sit even. He looks like he's finally finding his feet after those early struggles. Waze just edges back ahead with a 5-4 lead. He's really fighting to flip the script on those head-to-head losses. Aster has a strong 22-15 record over the last day. Well, he's definitely capable of stepping up his game, but right now he's just not finding that same impact. It'll be tough to turn this around if Waze keeps this pressure on. Waze takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite should. That 4-round run really gave him the cushion he needed to control the tempo here. Time to see if Aster responds. Waze is dominating, sitting firmly on a 9-4 lead. Waze is making a strong case to be the favorite today. Aster is falling behind, trailing 5-9 now. He's looking for another victory against him today. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, bringing the game much closer. His ranking slightly edges out the competition here. Waze is comfortably in the driver's seat at 10-6. A tough spot for the higher seeded player to be in. Unreal. He manages to scrape through that exchange with a mere handful of health left. The momentum is totally shifting away from the 19th seed. A completely effortless exchange as Waze reaches match point. A total flip from the expectations heading into this series. Game over. Waze secures the final blow to close out the series. He really came out on top this time, proving that those previous head-to-head losses didn't matter a bit today. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today with a favorite looking to secure another strong win. Total chaos in this first exchange, and Aster just barely scrapes through with his life. Aster has been a nightmare for this opponent, holding a massive 78% win rate in their historical head-to-heads. It's clear that psychological edge is showing early on. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake that mental block. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another victory to keep the streak rolling. The rating gap is practically yawning open at this point. Omnic steps up and manages to put a stop to that run. He needs to keep this momentum going to close the gap. What a scrap! Aster barely makes it out of that exchange alive. He's essentially fighting a losing battle against a much higher rank. Aster is firmly in control, leading 5-2. Omnic has been fighting an uphill battle today, coming in with a poor 3-14 record over the last 24 hours. It's proving difficult for him to translate that one recent win into a consistent run here. He's really needing to find a way to break the cycle. Absolute speed on that flick, adding another victory to his growing run. He's just in a different world right now, surging ahead to a commanding lead. Aster goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. Everything we expected from the higher seed is happening here. Omnic is just struggling to find an answer to his opponent's pressure. Let's see if a fresh start helps. Omnic just clawed back one, but Aster still looms large at 10-3. He's really playing against a steep uphill climb here. Omnic gets another, though Aster still holds a huge lead. The higher rated player is finally feeling some pressure. Aster is putting the brakes on this mini run immediately. He's simply too consistent for Omnic today. The speed of these exchanges is incredible, with neither player giving an inch today. Omnic is definitely starting to push back here, finding a way to scrap out some points. He's showing plenty of resilience for a rank 36 player. A tight duel that ends with the favorite pulling away, putting him just one round from victory. And there it is. He closes the door on this series with an incredibly fast finish. He just completely dominated this map, proving why he's one of the toughest matchups in the league right now. Welcome everyone! We have Omnic and Waze facing off on Orange to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Waze usually takes care of business in this rivalry, holding an 88-34 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a stark contrast to how the match is starting out. Now we have to see if he can actually get his offense moving. Omnic's really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Waze has completely flipped the script here, evening things up after a shaky start. He looks much more comfortable now after a tough morning. Omnic barely holds the edge as we hit 3-2. He's really fighting the odds for a strong showing today. Omnic pulls further ahead, now at 4-2. Waze had an easier time today against Aster, but that's not showing here. Both of these players are popping off. These rounds are just flashing by. That's a much needed shift for a player with a high win rate lately. Total deadlock now with Waze clawing back to 4-4. He's definitely showing why he holds the higher seed on the ladder. Waze is completely taking over, securing another rapid win to push himself ahead. He is simply outclassing everything right now, extending that streak to 4. Waze is playing exactly to his higher seed in this series. Omnic answers back quickly to keep things tight before we head into the break. Just a lightning quick exchange to close things out. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we move into the second half. Well, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He has the experience on this map, and that's clearly showing in the scoreline. Let's see how they react now. What a fight. He almost went down there, but manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. He's definitely not playing like the 36th ranked player right now. Absolute parity now with Omnic tying it up at 7-0. We're seeing a complete reset of momentum from here. Waze regains control, sliding into a narrow 8-7 lead. Omnic has really struggled today, coming in with a 3-15 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle right now. This current gap in form is making it very difficult for him to find a way back into this game. Waze is pulling away, now sitting on a 10-8 lead. He is proving a bit more consistent than the others today. Unbelievable. That was an absolute brawl, but he barely manages to walk away with the win. The gap between them in the rankings is feeling very apparent. He refuses to buckle, trimming the lead down to 2. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect today. Total shutdown for the front runner, who now needs just one more to wrap this up. He's comfortably navigating his way to a closing point. What a finish! Waze shuts the door on this series with a flawless final duel. Omnic really tried to put up a fight, but he just couldn't sustain that pace against the favorite. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster taking on Waze on red line for this exciting 1v1 clash. Aster gets the opening round in the books with a clean win from the ramp. A solid start for the player who leads the all-time head-to-head. Unreal. He manages to scrape through that exchange by the skin of his teeth. Waze looks sharp, securing a quick victory from the ramp to keep this close. His 45% all-time win rate tells us he's no stranger to a grind. Deadlocked at 2 apiece as we head into round 5. Waze is really capitalizing on the confidence from their last encounter. He's completely taken over the map now, securing his 3rd straight victory. The slight favorite is starting to look very vulnerable. He answers back immediately, bringing the series right back to a stalemate. Aster is looking much more comfortable than in that previous map. Waze is really putting the pressure on, taking a narrow lead after that clean trade on the ramp. Waze is showing why he's usually the favorite in this matchup. Aster usually enjoys a higher success rate when these two collide. Well, that historical advantage isn't providing much support right now. He's completely lost his footing as Waze continues to build on a day where he's looking exceptionally sharp. Aster shuts that down quickly, catching Waze right as he tried to hold that ramp position. He's looking strong after that decisive 13-6 victory against Omnic earlier. Waze holds a slim one-round lead as we move forward. He's fighting to maintain that upper half standing today. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as expected. He's managing the pace well, and it will be tough for Aster to claw back that deficit. Time to shake it off. Waze keeps the momentum going, taking Aster right off that ramp for another fast win. A tough spot for a player currently sitting 20th on the ladder. Waze is making it look easy, simply cleaning him out of that ramp position once again. He just puts on a total exhibition from the ramp, extending his current run to 3. He just can't find an answer for this run, moving his tally to 4 straight. Pure destruction, he's now just 1 round away from closing the door on this match. It's a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Aster manages to hold that run with a quick play from the ramp. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player now. Game over. Waze secures the final kill and finishes the match off with a strong showing. He's just too fast on the trigger today, putting on a show that completely shuts down Aster's hopes. Welcome everyone to the arena. Omnic takes on Aster today, though. The favorite will be looking to keep their streak alive. Aster holds a massive historical advantage, winning 78% of their head-to-head meetings. You know, that psychological edge is clearly present right now. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to shake that trend. He's completely taking over, extending the lead to 3-0. The rating difference is showing in the early stages. A complete shutdown here. He's just not letting up. The difference in their rankings is certainly making itself felt. Absolute perfection from Aster, who just can't be stopped right now. Everything about this feels similar to their last meeting on Italy. He's just on another level right now, moving to 6 straight. The gap in skill is painfully apparent right now. That was an absolute scrap, but he manages to survive with a lead of 7. It's a rough day for the 36th seed so far. Finally, a response. Omnic uses the height advantage on the boost to secure a round. He needs to keep this momentum going after that tough start today. Omnic has really struggled today, coming into this with a 316 record over the last day. It's a tough landscape to climb out of, but these back-to-back rounds show he's finally adjusting to the pace. He's clearly determined to break a bad run of form. Aster just proves he can handle the verticality, shutting down Omnic from that high ground. Just another case of his higher rating making the difference. We head into the break with Aster leading 10-2. This is exactly what we expected to see. He's simply putting on a show after that huge 7-round run to open the match. Time to swap sides. Aster is putting on a display of absolute efficiency, finishing those fights in a heartbeat. Coming off a solid 23-14 run today. That short rally ends abruptly, and he's just one more victory away from closing this out. And that's the game. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. A total blowout. He really just walked all over the competition in that one. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off, though the favorite looks strong heading into this one. Waze has really owned this rivalry, winning 72% of their head-to-head encounters. You can see that confidence carrying over into today, especially since he's already coming off a convincing victory against Omnic in their previous match. It'll be tough for the underdog to find an answer here. Waze is cruising right now, leading 2-1. We've got a dead heat on our hands. Omnic is fighting back and refusing to let Waze take early control. Waze holds a slender edge up 3-2. He's been incredibly consistent throughout his matches today. Waze is just too strong, pulling further ahead 4-2. He looks completely composed, coming off those recent victories. Omnic is really stepping up his game. He's keeping this much closer than we expected. What a fight. Omnic barely claws through that exchange to tie the series up. Absolutely untouchable. He's now taking full control of the series with a 3-round run. Waze reacts just a bit faster to bring the map back to a dead even split. His current run of 4 makes it hard for the underdog. Waze retains a tiny lead at 6-5. The top half ranking for Waze is really starting to show. Waze goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, things are unfolding exactly as we thought they would. Omnic is putting up a decent fight, but the higher rated player is steadily controlling the tempo. Sides are swapping now. Omnic has really been struggling today with a 3:15 record in the last 24 hours. And you can tell it's weighing on him as he tries to dig out of this hole. He needs to find a way to break this momentum before it gets completely out of hand. A complete shutout, and he's now firmly back in control. That puts him in a strong position for his second win over Aster today. A quick reflex play from Omnic to put another round on the board. Waze is just putting too much pressure on him now, really staring down the win. Simply effortless. Waze shuts that down instantly to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Timely stop by Omnic to keep his hopes alive for now. That was a clean burst to shut things down. Another incredible clutch effort. Omnic has managed to keep the dream alive for now. He's starting to put a real dent in that lead. Absolutely incredible. Waze earns the victory in a wild final exchange to close it out. He's just too clinical when it counts. Poor Omnic kept his head in the game, but that's another huge win for the favorite. Welcome to the show, everyone. We've got Aster and Waze facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Waze came out swinging early, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp. Waze is really looking strong after taking their last duel head-to-head. Aster leads the all-time head-to-head series with 39 wins over Waze. It's an interesting dynamic because Waze has really had the upper hand lately, and we saw that clearly in their most recent clash. Now we just have to see if Aster can reclaim that historical control. Both players fought for the high ground there, but Aster was just a split second faster to the draw. Waze has really been the one in form lately. Waze holds a narrow 3-2 lead heading into this. He's been on fire lately, coming off a massive 4-game win streak. Waze is simply too sharp right now, utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure on. That's a crushing shift for the man who entered as the favorite. He's just too fast, wiping the floor with his opponent from the ramp to make it 5. Absolute perfection from Waze, who just secured another effortless victory to push the lead to 6. Aster finally manages to knock him off the ramp and claw around back. He really had the wind in his sails after that 13-6 win earlier. Aster is starting to feel the weight of his pool record here, winning only 41% of his matches on this map. It's becoming quite an uphill battle because Waze simply looks more comfortable in these specific engagements. Waze needs to close this out before Aster finds a way back. Waze takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. While he's fully justifying his status as the favorite right now, he's just too efficient with his timing to let Aster get any traction. Fresh start for Aster here. Waze is dominating, sitting pretty with a 10-3 lead. The rankings are nearly identical, but we're seeing a huge gap today. Waze is firmly in control at 10-4. He's put up 23 wins across his matches today. Waze is just too quick for him, essentially ending this thing in a heartbeat. A fierce exchange, but he manages to shut the door and put himself on match point. The underdog is simply too locked in today. A desperate stand from Aster, but it's only a temporary delay. He needs to string a few more of those together. Aster manages to bring him down from the ramp, securing another round for himself. That's a surprising turn of events for the man in the lead. And there it is, Waze closes the deal with a huge final shot to secure the victory. A real statement win there. He's definitely making up for that old head-to-head deficit with how he's playing lately. Aster really owns this specific head-to-head, winning roughly 78% of their encounters. That psychological weight is amplified by the fact that Omnic has been struggling for consistency across his last few matches. It will take a massive shift in confidence to stop this momentum. We'll be right back with more action on Italy after a quick technical pause. And we are back in action on Italy with Aster holding a narrow one-round lead. Omnic strikes back, and now we're completely deadlocked. He's really shaking off that tough 8-14 loss two ways. Omnic grabs the lead, putting him up 2-1. It's a surprising turn of events given how high Aster sits on the ladder. The trade-offs in these early rounds are incredibly fast. Both players are reacting almost instantly. Omnic is surging ahead now with a 3-2 advantage. Not the kind of start he's used to after those tough losses to Waze. Pure chaos now as Aster ties it up at 3-all. It's a total toss-up right now, despite the rating gap. Aster is starting to build some serious momentum here, capitalizing on a couple of quick wins in a row. Another effortless victory for Aster, who completely shuts the door on any hope of a comeback. Just absolute perfection from the favorite, who looks totally unstoppable right now. He's showing a lot of grit, cutting into that lead just as we approach the midpoint. Aster holds a slim lead at 6-5, and honestly, everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted. He's simply showing why he's the higher seed on this particular map. Fresh start for both sides now. Omnic is fighting a tough battle against a 318 record over the last day. He's clearly struggling to find any stability right now. I wonder if Aster can shut this down quickly before Omnic finds another spark. What a scramble. He clings on by a thread to force this tie at 7-7. An unbelievable amount of pressure on both sides right now. Just a flash of movement and another one falls. He's completely taken over this map. He manages to scrape through another exchange to bring the tally back to a dead heat. He's really digging in, taking control as the deficit disappears entirely. The underdog is putting up a real fight right now. Neither player is giving an inch now at 9 apiece. Aster edges ahead again, pulling out to a 10-9 lead. His superior rank is really starting to show in the late game. Omnic has completely erased the gap, refusing to let the opposition pull away. The momentum has completely shifted for the lower-seeded player. Aster is showing a lot of poise, managing to trade blows and keep his nose just ahead. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that brutal exchange, but it puts him right back in it at 11-11. He's completely taken over this finish, putting the pressure squarely back on Aster. A sharp response to put him in a precarious spot. Absolute insanity. Aster barely survives a vicious exchange to keep things locked at 12-all. still surprising that the rank 36 guy has managed to keep pace. He is just refusing to quit, clawing his way back into the lead during this overtime battle. What a response. He's putting on a show, leaving Aster in the dust with that lightning fast shot. What a nail biter. He barely walked away from that exchange with a sliver of health left. Exactly what you'd expect from the higher rated competitor in this situation. He manages to survive a chaotic exchange, putting himself just one win away from closing this series. Aster answers back immediately, keeping his hopes alive in this series. He refuses to let the series slip away like this. Omnic is really starting to pull away at 16-14. Omnic is extending his grip, now leading 17-14. That's a completely different story than how this match started. Aster claws one back to make it 17-15. He's fighting an uphill battle after that tough series against Waze. Aster is closing the gap, now trailing by just one. The higher seed is finally clawing his way back into the fight. Omnic holds a 2-round cushion at 18-16. The ladder rankings are starting to feel irrelevant right now. Omnic keeps the heat on, extending his lead to 19-16. He's finally broken that curse against Aster, proving that the historical numbers can be thrown out the window. Truly inspiring grit. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line today for a clash between Omnic and the heavily favored Waze. Emotion Midways has been an absolute nightmare for Omnic, winning over 70% of their 100+ matches together. It's a dominant historical gap that makes the early lead feel like business as usual. Now the pressure is on Omnic to prove he can actually shake this matchup emotion mid. Finally a response from Omnic, who manages to secure his first of the map. Waze is just too fast. He recovers that control of the ramp and immediately shuts down any momentum Omnic tried to build. Omnic has only won about 30% of his matches on this particular layout. Well, he's fighting a steep uphill battle given those numbers. It'll take more than a few quick rounds to completely flip the script on this one. Omnic keeps the pressure high, taking a clean win while holding that ramp position. Waze had looked almost flawless throughout his other series today. What a shot. He just wiped the floor with that encounter, refusing to let the gap widen further. He is showing a lot of confidence in those trades. Absolutely superb. Omnic is on fire right now, closing in on the half with incredible speed. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Everything is moving exactly how we expected it to. He's in the driver's seat, but Omnic is refusing to just go away quietly. Let's see if Omnic can rally. He's just not letting up, clawing his way back into this game one round at a time. He's certainly making this a tighter series than the rankings suggested. Incredible. He's fully erased that deficit, bringing everything level at 7-all. Waze bounces back immediately to edge ahead, 8-7. What a scrap. He digs deep to win a desperate gunfight and brings the series back to a dead-even split. The underdog is completely ignoring the history here. He's just refusing to buckle, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. We've reached a complete deadlock with both at 9. The 21st seed is finally stabilizing his game. Waze manages a slim lead at 10-9. The higher seed always seems to find another gear. He survives a heavy opening exchange to finally even things up at 10 apiece. It's a total toss-up now, completely erasing that early edge. Another perfect sequence from the ramp as he takes the lead, 11-10. Tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, digging himself out of a deep hole to stand on the verge of victory. Unbelievable, he survives by a hair to complete the most incredible turnaround we've seen all day. He just broke the cycle with that performance. To walk away with a win against someone who usually owns him like this is just special. Truly a giant slaying effort. What a fight. Welcome to the league. We have Aster and Waze facing off on map S to see who comes out on top. Asterically holds a strong lead with 39 wins over Waze in their direct matchups. But that doesn't seem to be translating today after those previous losses. It'll be interesting to see if the underdog can find a way to push back. Aster takes a nice advantage from the ramp to keep things interesting. Waze has been on a tear lately with 5 straight wins. We're all squared up now with both players tied. He's bounced back nicely after that rough outing on fast aim. Aster is simply too fast right now, taking over the match with a strong 3-round surge. He's putting that map edge into a very clear practice. Waze gets the upper hand here to bring things back to a dead heat. Waze just edges ahead by 1 in a tight fight. Waze is definitely leaning into his current hot streak. Pure chaos now. Aster and Waze are locked at 4. Both of these guys have been remarkably consistent with their play today. Aster is starting to separate himself here, using that ramp high ground to put the pressure back on Waze. Absolute deadlock at 5-0 as we head into round 10. Waze is clearly making the most of his recent hot form. Aster pulls forward again, grabbing a slim 6-5 lead. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we hit the break. I mean, he's really defying the odds here. Waze entered this as the favorite, but Aster's 55% map win rate is proving to be the deciding factor so far. Fresh sides, big fight ahead. Aster has a total of 39 wins against Waze across their shared history, and it looks like he's finally putting those numbers to use here. He's moving the scoreline far beyond where the odds predicted it would be. Now we just have to see if Waze can react before this slips away. Aster is really pulling away now with a commanding 9-6 lead. It's a sharp contrast to how he looked in that previous series. Aster is just completely taking over here, putting himself in a great position to wrap this up quickly. Waze comes out on top here, picking up a crucial point while holding the ramp. Waze still looks like the superior player in this set. Waze continues to refuse defeat, shutting down Aster completely to keep this fight alive. The momentum is definitely shifting back towards his side now. Aster manages to halt that slide and get himself a bit more breathing room here. Waze is usually the one with the odds in his favor. That was an absolute slugfest, but he refuses to go down without a fight. Squeezing out another clutch round to stay in the game. He's staying aggressive, showing great grit as he keeps this rally going. Waze is really clawing his way back into this fight. Aster secures the advantage from the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Game over. Aster shuts the door with that final exchange to take the series. Waze really pushed him to the limit here, but he just couldn't find that one last opening. What a match. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Aster taking on Omnic in a high-stakes battle to see who comes out on top. Aster has managed to control these matchups historically, winning about 77% of their encounters. So it's no surprise he's moving forward with a lot of confidence here. We'll see if Omnic can find any answers to a player who has dominated him for so long. Aster is really flexing that 2-1 lead right now. Despite the ranking gap, he's proving he can keep pace. Omnic just can't seem to keep any momentum going today. Aster is way too sharp right now. He's really making that rating difference felt right now. Just too fast. Aster continues to tear through this series. He's simply not letting up, extending his streak to 4 straight. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this series. Omnic quickly shuts that door, putting a halt to his opponent's momentum. Omnic has a really tough historical record here, winning only about 30% of his matches in general. And honestly, the way he's fighting back right now shows he isn't intimidated by the odds. He's definitely trying to flip the script on this series. Aster just wipes him off the boost to keep things moving. His 23 wins over the last day have clearly given him some confidence. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. He is playing exactly how we expected him to. He's leaning on that strong 61% map win rate to stay in control as we switch sides. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Aster is still firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. Looking for a bit more stability from his opponent in this half. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. He is certainly playing like the man with a rating advantage. Omnic is definitely trying to claw back into this, making it a 3-round game. Even with that gap on the ladder, the underdog is staying dangerous. He is refusing to go away, taking another round for himself while barely taking any damage. He's cleaning up the fight right now. Aster still holds a healthy 3-round cushion at 10-7. A really tough day for the lower seeded player. Another effortless blow for the underdog, who just seems unwilling to let this match slip away. He is definitely fighting a tough uphill battle tonight. He's staying completely locked in and refuses to let his opponent pull away. This is becoming a much closer contest than anyone expected. Unbelievable. He's completely leveled the playing field with a stunning 3rd consecutive round. This is the complete turnaround from how the match started. He's just on fire, securing another effortless victory to take the lead. Aster responds instantly, bringing the score back to a deadlock. He really needs to keep those reflexes sharp to avoid another upset. What a recovery. Omnic is just 1 step away from a complete reversal. It's just an incredible display of grit from the lower rank side. Incredible. Aster shuts the door on that comeback and we are heading straight into overtime. The tension is palpable here as we edge toward a potential game-deciding moment. He is showing exactly why he's the higher rated of the two. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, but Omnic digs deep to scrape out a victory and tie things up. A razor-thin margin to force this deadlock. Aster is putting a huge amount of pressure on the finish here, refusing to let a sliver of an opening go to waste. Hard to shake that rank 23 pedigree. Aster is a wall right now, taking total control of this fight to move within a single round of victory. A quick exchange that puts the pressure back on Omnic. He keeps refusing to fold, delivering another stunning play to narrow the gap. What a finish! Aster shuts it down right here to seal the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he managed to hold his nerve in overtime. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight!
Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Omnic taking on Waze today in a battle for dominance.
Waze has a huge historical lead here, winning 72% of their matches against Omnic. That dominance really translates to their confidence levels today. It's no surprise he's starting strong given his track record. Now we just have to see if Omnic can actually shut him down. Waze keeps the momentum, pushing his lead to 2-1. He's definitely playing like the higher rated man of the two. We've got ourselves a dead heat. Everything is completely reset now. The lower ranked player is refusing to back down today. Unbelievable. Waze barely survives a brutal exchange, clawing out the win in a complete slugfest. Waze looks sharp today after that 22-17 run earlier. Waze is just cruising now with a 4-2 cushion. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. What a chaotic scramble. He barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health to keep his streak alive. Omnic is showing some real grit, answering back with a completely untouched round. He's putting on a fierce comeback, taking another clean round to close the gap. Omnic has an all-time win rate of only 30% in this league, so he really has to fight an uphill battle mentally whenever he falls behind. He's certainly capable of pushing, but the weight of that history usually starts to show in the latter half of the game. Waze heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, it's exactly what we anticipated. He's simply putting the gap in skill on display, though Omnic is fighting to stay in this time to see if the tide turns. Waze is just outclassing him, sitting comfortably at 9-4. Just a completely different pace compared to his 13-10 defeat earlier. Waze is practically untouchable now at a 10-4 lead. He's definitely getting back to his usual form after those early struggles. Omnic is refusing to go quietly here, picking up another quick round to keep this series alive. Waze is just a hair trigger away from wrapping this up, moving back into a commanding position. The reaction time in these last few exchanges has been incredible. They're basically fighting over milliseconds. Waze needs to find an answer quickly, or this gap is going to vanish. Waze looks absolutely sharp here, putting himself just one step away from victory. Game over. Waze seals the deal with a final precise burst to claim the victory. Omnic put up a decent fight, but he just couldn't handle the pressure throughout the middle of that set. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Waze are ready to go head-to-head today on the Italy map. Aster really likes this matchup, holding a 54% career win rate against his opponent. He's currently riding a 2-game streak that makes him look very comfortable right now. It will be interesting to see if Waze can break that flow. Waze is fighting hard, but Aster holds the lead. Waze has a mountain of experience with nearly 3,000 matches played. Waze is really feeling the pressure now as he's quickly falling behind in this early stage. Aster stays in control with a narrow 3-2 edge. The two of them are basically neck and neck on the ladder right now. Aster's pulling away now, leading by a 2-point gap. It's a tight battle between two neighbors on the ladder. Waze is really starting to trade blows with him, refusing to let Aster build any real momentum. And we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. He's really making the most of this series so far. He's completely taken over the match, securing his 3rd straight victory without taking a single point of damage. A sharp response here, and he puts the score right back to a dead heat. The two of them are practically identical in the rankings. Aster nudges ahead by 1 as we enter round 11. He looks quite steady, though his overall success rate is a bit lower than his peers. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely leaning into that early advantage. Waze is still very much in this game, but he's currently playing from behind. Time to reset and go again. Aster has dominated the last 4 rounds in a row, which really reinforces that historical head-to-head edge. He seems to be in a great spot mentally right now. Waze has to find a way to disrupt this pace before the gap becomes insurmountable. Aster is just ruthless, extending his lead to 9-6. His recent form has definitely been an upward trend lately. Waze is really struggling to hold his ground here, as the gaps between these rounds keep getting smaller. The top half of the ladder is really showing its teeth today. Aster is simply dominating, pushing his advantage to 10-7. Quick reflexes from Waze to get that one back. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal exchange, clutching onto a tiny sliver of health to keep the momentum swinging. Aster is really putting on the pressure here, moving just one step closer to wrapping this up. He's really proving himself to be the stronger force today. Waze shows some serious grit, picking up another win to keep this challenge alive. He's refusing to let this series slip away. Waze is refusing to buckle, securing another quick victory to keep this rally alive. Waze has completely flipped the script, erasing that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolutely wild to see a lead evaporate that quickly. He's just unstoppable right now, closing in on the victory with another effortless kill. What a fight! Aster barely escapes with his life to force this series into overtime. Both players are practically deadlocked on our rating right now. Auto blackout. He just tore through the competition to seize a 13-12 lead. Absolute laser accuracy on that finish. Waze is simply refusing to quit, ending that sequence with a perfect headshot to tighten the grip on this series. Aster is staying sharp, effectively cancelling out that brief push from his opponent. The pace is absolutely electric right now, with these rounds deciding themselves in a fraction of a second. It's a deadlock for the top 20 spot in the rankings. A completely untouched response from Waze, putting him just one step away from victory. Pure grit from the man who started the match as the underdog. Aster strikes back with a flawless sequence, leveling the score at 15-15. Aster just sneaks ahead to claim a 16-15 lead. Waze forces another tie at 16-all. Aster claws back in front with a 17-16 edge. He's clearly in a great groove after that recent victory against Omnic. Waze claws back just in time to tie it up at 17. It's just a complete toss-up at this stage. Tense stuff. Neither side is willing to let the other pull ahead. Aster regains a thin 1-point advantage over Waze. Consistency is key as the higher seeded pro pushes for the finish. Total parity once again at 18 apiece. It's a total coin flip between these two. Waze just takes a nail-biting lead 19-18. Waze is clutching it out, extending his lead to 20-18. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. Waze is really cruising now with a 3-point cushion. Just complete dominance since the second overtime block started. Waze has a commanding 4-point lead entering the final stretch. He really dug deep for that one, coming back from the brink to secure the series. What a performance, he had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on Fast Aim where Aster looks to continue a strong run against Omnic today. Aster makes a quick read on that first one, catching Omnic right as he pushed up the ramp. He's certainly playing like the favorite so far. Aster has dominated this pairing in the past, holding a 78% lifetime win rate against his opponent. It's really a massive hurdle for Omnic to overcome, and we're seeing him fight a very uphill battle right now. Aster is just cruising now with a 3-1 lead. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel very real. Absolutely effortless. He's just putting on a show right now. He's really putting that rating difference on display. Total lockdown here as the momentum shifts completely back to Aster. The difference in their rankings is really showing through here. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback with another quick stop. Aster is on fire, securing a 6th straight victory with an effortless finish. He's showing why he's got that ranking advantage right now. Finally a reaction from Omnic, drawing first blood to get around on the board. Omnic has a rough stretch going with a 520 record over the last day. He's really struggling to keep things steady while Aster is leaning on a much stronger run of form. It's becoming an incredibly steep climb for him to claw back into this series. Aster heads into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead, and honestly everything here matches what we expected coming in. Omnic just can't find a way to keep up with the pace today. Time to see if Omnic wakes up. Omnic is starting to put up a fight here, managing to take out Aster right from the ramp. He's trying to close that gap in the rankings right now. Goodness, that was an absolute war. Aster manages to claw out a victory, surviving with almost nothing left. Insane how he managed to squeeze that one out. Aster is just completely outclassing him right now, putting on another quick show from the ramp. An absolute shutout, and now he's just one step away from closing the door. Everything is falling exactly where we expected. He catches his opponent wide open to bring the score to 5-12. A desperate spark of life from the underdog. What a finish. Aster shuts it down completely to claim the victory. Just a complete blowout from start to finish. It's clear that Aster really has his number on this map. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic takes on the heavily favored Waze today in a battle on Mappas. Waze has completely owned this rivalry, winning 72% of their head-to-head encounters. It makes sense that he's comfortably in the driver's seat right now, given how dominant he's been in their past meetings. We have to wonder if Omnic has any answer for him today. Waze is really flexing his muscles with a 2-1 lead. He's really putting that rating advantage to use. The momentum is shifting rapidly toward Waze, who looks completely in control here. What a scrap! Omnic barely scrapes through that encounter to keep things interesting. Hard to believe he's putting up a fight after that rough set against Aster. Waze is pulling away now, leading things 4-2. He is certainly riding a wave of confidence today. Waze holds a slim 1-round lead at 4-3. Still seeing a huge gap in those ratings. Omnic is having a really tough day overall, going a combined 5-21 in his last several matches. And honestly, that lack of confidence is starting to show in the way he's engaging. He needs to find a way to shake off these losses before this gets out of hand. Just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. That's a surprising shift for a player usually sitting in the bottom 10. Waze keeps the pressure on. After a couple of shaky rounds, he just snapped back with a lightning fast response. We head into the break, all tied up at 6-6. I mean, this is a huge shock given Waze is usually so consistent against him. Omnic is playing out of his mind to keep this a dead heat. Fresh start for both of them. Waze edges ahead by a single round now. That was an absolute blink and you miss it exchange. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will again. Waze is widening the gap to an 8-6 lead. Another strong showing for the more experienced player. It's getting tight. Waze can afford to let this slide further if he wants to close things out. His confidence is shaky after that rough set against Aster. Waze is back on top with a 9-7 cushion. The number 1 spot on the board looks a world away for the bottom 10 guys. Waze is extending his lead to 10-7 now. He's effectively dismantled almost every attempt to get back in this. Omnic secures a clean kill from the ramp as he keeps the pressure on. He's fighting tooth and nail to keep his hopes alive here. He manages to survive a chaotic exchange and keeps this rally going. Waze hasn't looked this vulnerable the entire series. Waze reacts quickly from the ramp to shut down that mini comeback effort. He's a solid 23-15 across the board today. What a sharp play. He's refusing to go away, keeping his hope alive with a total shutdown of the round. Absolutely ruthless. That is a perfect parity now, and the momentum has completely flipped in his favor. Waze digs deep to survive that exchange, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. His superior experience is really starting to tell as the pressure mounts. Unbelievable. We are headed to overtime after that gritty display of resilience from Omnic. Just a completely different energy from the guy we saw earlier today. Waze was too quick on the draw there, punishing Omnic for holding that ramp position. That's a lot of experience on his side of the bracket. A tough battle of nerves, but Omnic digs deep to keep this overtime set dead even. Absolute deadlock now as we push deeper into this series. Waze is looking sharp. He's consistently winning these fast-paced exchanges lately. A brutal trade of fire, but Waze manages to come out on top. A clean read to shut the door on that push. The momentum has swung right back to the favorite. And there it is. Waze shuts the door with a perfect finish to claim the victory. He really had to dig in for that one, but the experience of the higher seeded player just took over. Omnic fought like a lion to force those extra rounds. What a match. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Aster and Vase facing off today to see who takes the win. Aster has a significant 62% win rate on this map, which usually gives him a huge confidence boost in early rounds. And that historical edge might be key here, since Vase actually won their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can keep that momentum rolling. He's just untouchable right now, securing another clean round to take a commanding lead. Waze responds with a sharp shot to keep the score close. It's a good sign for the underdog to get back. Unbelievable. He almost went down, but managed to scrape through a brutal exchange to extend the lead. Atar is just dominating this series, sitting pretty at 5-1. He's putting that previous loss on Italy P completely behind him. He's simply in complete control, cruising to another victory to keep the run going. The momentum has shifted completely since their last encounter. Waze manages to snag a fast round here, halting the run. A huge boost for the guy currently sitting slightly higher on the ladder. Waze is currently sporting a very impressive 80% win rate across his last 10 matches. So yeah, that recent form is starting to outweigh the overall map stats we've seen today. It will be a huge test of mental fortitude for Aster to stay composure here. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange to take an 8-3 lead before the break. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Right, the underdog is putting a real dent in the expectations for this match. He's looking far more comfortable than Waze right now. Let's see if Waze can fight back. Panther stretches his lead to 9-4 after that spree. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure here. Aster is absolutely cruising with a 10-4 advantage. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the heat. He's completely taken over the map, extending that winning streak once again. This is a night and day difference from their recent Italy series. Absolute perfection from him, putting himself in the driver's seat for the win. Waze is looking completely lost under this pressure. Boom! He closes it out with an intense trade to secure the victory. Just a complete shutout from start to finish, proving that map knowledge really makes the difference here. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic facing off against the heavy favorite Aster right here on red line. Aster has a massive lead in the historical head-to-head, controlling nearly 80% of their meetings. He's certainly looking comfortable here, especially since he dominated their most recent encounter. Now the real question is if Omnic has any answer for this version of Aster. Aster quickly shuts that down, catching Omnic right as he tried to move up the ramp. His higher rating is starting to show in these exchanges. Aster is really putting the pressure on, taking a strong hold of the early lead. He's definitely riding the wave from that 13-4 dominant win over Waze. Omnic manages to hold that ramp position and get the kill, keeping this one very close. He's definitely fighting through that rough start to his day. Omnic is really starting to find his footing now, taking control from the ramp to tie things up. Quite a shake-up for the man sitting at 21st on the ladder. Aster is just too sharp, shutting that down immediately from the ramp to reclaim the lead. Rough day so far for the 36th seed. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece. Total chaos. A surprising turn for someone who has struggled today. Aster secures the advantage by holding that ramp, putting himself back in the driver's seat. He is really starting to dominate the day's aggregate score. Absolute stalemate. Omnic pulls us right back to 5-all. A surprising turnaround after losing his previous 3 matches today. Aster edges ahead again, now leading 6-5. The experience gap is starting to show in these quick exchanges. We're all squared up at 6 apiece, and honestly, this is a huge shift in momentum. Omnic has completely defied the odds here, holding his own against a much higher rated opponent for the entire first half. Time for a clean slate. Aster just nudges ahead, holding a narrow 1-round advantage. It's a tough break for someone already struggling today. Omnic has really struggled to find some ground today, going 5-22 in his last few matches. He's facing a huge uphill battle against an opponent who is simply more consistent across the board. It'll be a tall order for him to close this gap. Aster pulls away, claiming a 2-round cushion over Omnic. It's become a real toss-up now, with both players trading rounds back and forth in this second half. A quick snap that keeps the pressure right on Aster. Unreal. Omnic claws back from a disaster on the ramp to force a dead heat at 9-all. Total reset of the momentum as we head into the 20th. Aster reacts quickly to get that kill, shutting down the ramp attempt and taking back a narrow lead. Omnic answers right back to keep this deadlock at 10-all. It's a total flip from that 5-13 result they had earlier. The momentum has completely shifted. Aster was cruising earlier, but now he's the one fighting to keep up. We've reached an incredible tipping point here. I can't believe how close we are to a potential overtime scenario. Still a massive uphill climb for the 36th seed. That was a brutal exchange, but he manages to come out on top to seize the lead. Absolute chaos for the favorite to be trailing right now. What a finish! Omnic closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really needed this one to break that losing slide. It's just incredible to see him pull this off after the way his day started. Truly impressive. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Waze are stepping onto Dunes today to see who can secure the victory. Waze really owns this rivalry, boasting a commanding 72% win rate in their head-to-head matches. It's a stark contrast to the current scoreline, which shows Waze just starting to exert that historical pressure. We have to see if Omnic can break that cycle today. Absolutely effortless. Waze is on fire and just claimed a third straight round. He's just too quick. That's 4 straight for Waze, and he didn't even let his opponent breathe. He's simply untouchable right now, securing his 5th straight win. Finally, a response. Omnic shuts that streak down with a sharp flick. Unbelievable. Waze clings to life with practically nothing left to secure another round. Waze has really struggled today, going 23-14 over the last 24 hours. But he's showing exactly why he's the heavy favorite in this specific pairing. Omnic simply isn't finding any answers for that level of consistency. Waze is just too fast, putting an end to any hope of a recovery. A wild exchange there, but Omnic edges it out just before we head into the break. A much needed highlight for him right before the switch. We've got a 9-3 lead for Waze. I mean, this match is exactly what we thought would happen today. Omnic is struggling to keep up, and Waze is making the most of his higher ranking. Omnic needs a serious spark here. Waze stays firmly in control with a 9-4 lead. A very tight exchange, but he manages to hold his ground. Waze is simply ruthless, pushing his lead to 10. He looks much more comfortable than when facing Esther earlier today. Omnic is fighting back, but he's still got a steep mountain to climb to close this gap. Omnic hangs in there, trailing by 4 now. He's certainly showing some grit today, despite being the underdog. He's officially on a roll now, picking up his 3rd straight round. The gap in their ratings is starting to look irrelevant. Waze quickly recovers his footing to stop the slide. The higher rated player just proved he's not easily shaken. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself on match point. Absolute chaos in that last duel. He is just refusing to go down to a fierce battle of nerves, but Omnic finds a way to keep himself in the game. He's definitely refusing to let the match just slip away. He keeps this momentum going with another lightning fast reaction. That was a ridiculously fast straight for the comeback. He is simply not stopping, putting on a massive display of speed to secure another one. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the map. He really had to sweat for it after that late push, but he manages to hold onto his lead. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the orange map. We have a great matchup today as Aster takes on Waze. Aster boasts a strong 82% win rate on this map. It's interesting to see that the confidence of their historical age hasn't translated to the start of this game. We'll have to see if they can reverse the momentum from that first round. What a scrap! Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to squeeze out another win. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece for these two. Waze seems hungry for revenge after that blowout loss in their last meeting. Waze holds a narrow 3-2 lead heading into this one. He's definitely playing better lately with that 70% recent form. Waze is just on a tear right now, taking a completely unscathed victory. The ranking gap between these two is almost non-existent. He's completely unstoppable right now, taking total control of the server. Aster shows a lot of heart here, cutting the lead down to 2 rounds. It's good to see the pre-match favorite finally tightening things up. The tide is shifting as he secures another quick win to close the gap. The pressure is clearly mounting for the current leader. Astonishing. He just completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a dead even split. A total reset of the board as we head toward the half. Another flawless strike, extending that hot streak to 4 straight. His target acquisition is just instantaneous right now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's putting that map advantage to work and putting the pressure on the favorite. This is shaping up to be a real battle for the lead. Let's see if Waze can bounce back. He's looking incredibly steady now, taking a decisive round to keep the pressure mounting. Really laying into a commanding grip on this series. He's digging in his heels and refusing to let Aster pull away further. It's a strong mental reset from him to stay discomposed. Another lightning fast reaction there, showing real grit as he clawed back a 2nd round in a row. He is simply on fire, securing 3 straight to completely level the game. He's showing a lot of spirit, putting another one on the board to regain the lead. Aster barely walks away from that exchange, keeping his lead as he continues this push. Waze is really struggling to find a response to the pressure. That was a nail-biter, but Aster outlasts him in the end to extend the run. His recent form isn't hinting at this level of struggle. Waze manages to win out the trade and continues his climb back into this series. That quick reaction time just gave him a crucial spark. Another fast reflex play for Waze, who's proving he can weather the storm here. He's playing with a lot of speed in this exchange. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Aster claws his way back to a 12-10 lead. Talk about an intense fight to stay in the game. Incredible, he closes it out and completes a stunning rally to take the victory. Waze really pushed him to the limit there, but that composure in the final stretch was just different. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Aster and Omnic ready to go, with Aster entering as the clear favorite today. Aster comes out strong, securing that first round right from the ramp. He's looking far more comfortable than that last 11-13 loss he suffered. Omnic is really feeling the pressure now as he's just getting outclassed in these early exchanges. He is just on another level right now, taking this one without breaking a sweat. Total control from Aster, who simply refuses to let the other side get a foothold. He's absolutely owning the map from the ramp, and a 5th straight victory is in the books. A tough spot for Omnic, especially coming off those losses to Waze. Omnic claims this one from the ramp to get back on the board. It's not the first time we've seen him pull off a result lately. Emotion Mid Aster has held the upper hand in the vast majority of their encounters with a 77% head-to-head win rate, and the early part of this match is following that historical pattern perfectly. It's going to be a steep climb for Omnic to flip this script. Emotion Mid. Another clean exchange for Aster, who is quickly reclaiming his lead in this match. He's certainly making the most of that ranking advantage. He just cannot be stopped. Shutting things down from the ramp for another victory. Omnic secures a quick victory here to keep things interesting before the half. Aster heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, the higher rank is really showing through here. Omnic will need a huge shift in momentum to stop the bleeding. Let's see if Omnic can wake up. Omnic just completely shut down Aster's attempt to play from the ramp, taking his 3rd straight round here. A surprising turn since his last outing on the map. Omnic is putting up a fierce fight despite having a combined win rate of only 30%. And this sudden surge of confidence is actually a repeat of their most recent encounter together. He's clearly proving he can outduel Aster today. What a turnaround. He's simply refusing to back down, securing his 4th straight victory. The script has completely flipped since the first half. Aster responds quickly from the ramp to hold that momentum. He looks far more comfortable now after a rough start to the day. Aster is really shutting down the ramp now, quickly regaining the control he held throughout the first half. Omnic has really tightened things up, and the gap is starting to close as we head into the final stretch. He's really digging in now, taking this one in a flash to keep the rally alive. That was a rapid shutdown to put Aster just one more round away from a victory. He's just not going away, putting up another fight when he needs it most. A truly impressive showing for someone who entered the lobby as a huge underdog. He's simply not giving up, dragging Aster off the ramp to keep the dream alive. Aster's control of the game has completely vanished. Game over. Aster finds the final shot to secure the win. Honestly, Omnic just barely missed out there. He played a brilliant game and pushed a top-tier opponent to the limit. What a fight! Welcome everyone. We've got Omnic and Waze facing off on Italy, with Waze entering this match as the heavy favorite. Waze holds a significant 73% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's used that psychological edge to open things up strongly. We'll see if Omnic can find any answer to that pressure today. A messy exchange there, but he emerges victorious to keep this hot streak alive. Omnic is showing some grit here, walking away from that duel completely unscathed. Waze is just dominating right now, leading 4-1. Waze is absolutely cruising with a 5-1 lead. Coming off a rough 0-2 start today. Waze is on fire, taking the round without losing a single point of health. He manages to find his footing here, picking up another point. He's desperate for some momentum after a rough 6-24 run today. Waze has been on a huge roll today, with a 22-15 record over the last few hours. You know, it's a sharp contrast to the struggles Omnic has faced in his recent series. He'll need a drastic change in approach to close this gap. Waze shuts the door on that hopeful rally, putting his opponent back on the defensive. Waze takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the numbers looked coming in. He's just completely outclassed his opponent since the start. Time to see if Omnic can respond. Unbelievable. He barely clutched that out, surviving with a sliver of health after a chaotic exchange. That was absolutely heart-stopping. Waze is just outclassing him in raw speed. That reaction time is unbelievable. He's really putting that skill gap on display. The momentum has shifted completely back to the leader, leaving him just a single round away from victory. Absolutely crushing. Waze closes out the series with a perfect final strike to secure the victory. Just another huge result for Waze, who's practically a nightmare for Omnic on this particular map. Welcome everyone! We're on red line today as Aster and Waze face off to see who comes out on top. Waze secures the open with a great read from the ramp to take the early lead. He's certainly keeping the momentum from that massive win against Omnic. Aster just punished that ramp position, shutting down Waze's early lead in a flash. Aster has the historical upper hand with 42 total wins in their head-to-head meetings, and is looking very sharp right now after taking that series on Blame Orange just a short while ago. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can find a way to break this pattern. Unbelievable. He claws back from the brink to take out that ramp position and move to a commanding lead. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with Waze coming out on top, keeping his hopes alive. A strong response to keep this game competitive. Aster is really making a statement here, extending that lead and putting Waze on the defensive. What a fight! He barely makes it through that exchange, clinging to just 13 health. Aster has been quite active today, putting up a 24-13 record over the last few hours. It's a strong level of output that usually translates to consistent control. Now he just needs to find a way to shut down the momentum Waze is building. What a scrap! Waze survives by a thread to keep this comeback rolling from the ramp. The pressure is really mounting on the favored side now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. You know, it's looking like a real upset since he's managed to stay ahead despite some heavy pushback from Waze. We'll see if the favorite can close that gap in the second half. Time for a total reset. Waze takes full control from the ramp, keeping this resurgence going. The gap in their rankings isn't feeling very wide right now. He manages to level the playing field, bringing this set back to a dead heat. It's a total toss-up moving forward. Aster just secures the advantage from the ramp, showing some great poise in this high-stakes exchange. The top half ranking is starting to feel relevant here. He has completely wiped away that deficit, bringing us right back to a deadlock. He just completely outplayed Aster from the ramp to reclaim a one-round advantage. Absolute precision from Waze, who just walked away unscathed to secure his third straight. Waze just dismantled the defense, picking him right off that ramp to keep the surge move. What a run! Waze is just one round away from victory after that effortless finish. The favorite is completely reeling right now. Unbelievable. Waze shuts the door with a clean shot to secure the win. That's a huge result for the veteran. He's finally managed to shake off that head-to-head slump and get the better of Aster today. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Omnic and Aster are facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Aster holds a massive lead in their history, having won 77% of their head-to-head encounters. We're seeing that dominance translate perfectly into this series. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt that pattern today. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another fast victory. He secures a tight grip on the map by raining fire down from the ramp. He's certainly playing like the heavy favorite right now. We'll take a quick breather here, but stay tuned as Omnic and Aster return shortly. And we are back live on Mapas with Aster holding a commanding 4-0 lead. Absolute perfection from him, keeping the pressure high and extending the lead. The higher seeded player is simply too sharp today. Finally, Omnic finds his mark and kicks him off the ramp. He's fought through a tough run of matches today. Omnic has had a really rough run today, coming in with a 625 record over the last 24 hours. It's surprising to see him suddenly shift the tide like this. He's really fighting against the odds now. Aster still looks completely in control at 6-2. His 24-12 record over the last day proves he's on a hot streak. Omnic narrows the gap, but Aster still leads 6-3. That was a lightning fast exchange to clear the air. Aster is putting the clamps on this match, making it very difficult for his opponent to string together anything meaningful. Aster takes a 7-4 lead into the break. And honestly, it's just as we expected. He put on a great show with that 5-round streak, showing why he's a huge favorite in this matchup. Time for a total reset. Aster answers back immediately, catching Omnic right as he tried to hold the ramp. That's another positive result for the higher ranked player. Aster remains firmly ahead with an 8-5 lead. He's really trying to prove he belongs in the conversation. He's refusing to go away, taking another one to bring the score to 6-8. The gap is shrinking quickly now. Absolute demolition in that exchange. He's just completely taken over the pace of this match. The momentum shifts back to the favorite, who puts an end to that mini run. Still firmly in the driver's seat despite the recent pushback. Aster still looking strong, sitting comfortable at 10-7. Completely shut down the comeback attempt, putting the pressure right back on Omnic. He's simply not letting up, and now he's just one round away from victory. A completely suffocating stretch from the favorite. What a way to close it out. Aster secures a perfect final round to claim the match. He really looked like he had the answer for every move Omnic tried to make today. Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Waze in today's match. Waze has historically won 73% of their encounters. It's quite the contrast to the early scoreline we're seeing here. Omnic is clearly trying to break a long-term pattern of defeat today. He's just untouchable right now, racking up 3 straight to take a commanding early lead. A complete shutdown, moving his lead to 4-0. Waze entered this set having absolutely crushed him 13-3 in their last meeting. Finally some resistance as the favorite puts a round on the board. He's showing why he's firmly in the upper half of our rating. Omnic is just steamrolling through this, sitting at 5-1. Omnic is playing against a historical win rate of only 29% over hundreds of games. Honestly, he's fighting an uphill battle against the numbers here. He just needs to maintain this composure to turn the tide completely. A quick reaction here puts a second point on the board for Waze. It's a tough mountain to climb for someone ranked 36. Omnic is simply dominating the pace at 7-3. He's definitely leaning on that experience with nearly 3,000 career maps. Omnic just can't be stopped, pushing it to 8-3. Waze is struggling to maintain his usual high watermark here. Omnic takes a massive 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defied the script today. It's a total shock to see him outplaying a higher rated opponent by this much. Time to see if Waze wakes up. Omnic is just relentless, extending that gap to 10-3. The favorite is looking completely lost in his own server. Waze claws one back, trailing by 6 now. Waze really needs to leverage his higher ladder standing here. He's just completely in control here. Waze needs a massive shift in energy to even stay in the game. Just a blink and it's over, putting him one step away from victory. A nightmare scenario for a player of his caliber. What a finish. He closes it out with a final burst to secure the victory. Just an unbelievable performance from the underdog. He completely flipped the script on a player who usually owns this matchup. Welcome to the show. We have Aster and Waze facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Aster holds the overall lead with 42 wins over his opponent, and he seems to be building on that confidence after a strong run today. It will be interesting to see if Waze can push back and reverse the flow here. Waze reads him perfectly there, taking Aster right off the ramp to level the playing field. Aster is cruising through this one, up 3-1. They're essentially identical on the ladder right now. Aster is just too quick today, taking full control of the pace from the ramp. He is really making a statement after that defeat on Redline. He manages to fight through the damage and secures a third straight victory from the ramp. His overall lead in the head-to-head is starting to show. Waze claws back around, keeping things competitive at 5-2. A gritty struggle here as Waze refuses to fade away, digging deep to pick up his second in a row. The gap in skill rating is definitely not showing right now. Aster entered today with a 24-12 record over the last day. So yeah, that high volume of play seems to be paying off in this particular series. It will be a real test of endurance to see if he can keep up this pace through the second half. Aster's just running away with it now at 7-4. A tight battle considering how close their ratings are right now. Aster takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the pre-match script. He looks sharp, and the pressure is clearly on Waze to close that gap in the second half. Let's see a fresh start here. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure this one. He's playing with a lot of heart today. Waze secures another clean win from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in this. The confidence is shifting as the deficit starts to shrink. Waze is absolutely on fire, taking another round to keep this surge alive. Aster answers back immediately, putting a stop to that mini run. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite here. What an incredible response! Waze barely breaks a sweat to tighten this series up. Absolute chaos. He's completely wiped out that lead to tie this series at 9-all. The underdog has completely shifted the energy here. Waze just can't be stopped right now, moving into the lead with a third straight win. We're seeing a total reversal of the early momentum. Aster quickly halts that slide to bring us back to a dead heat. An absolute deadlock now as they head into the final stretch. Waze simply outreacted him there, staying composed and regaining a slim advantage. Another clean execution puts him on the verge of closing this out. What a turnaround. Waze closes out the set with a perfect final play to claim the victory. He really had to fight for that one, especially after falling behind so early. That comeback was legendary. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Omnic taking on Aster today, and the favorite will be looking for another strong win. Aster has really owned the historical matchup, winning 77% of their meetings. It means Omnic is fighting a significant uphill battle here. I wonder if that early lead can actually shake Aster's confidence. Absolute speed. He's simply too fast for his opponent right now. A shocking start for the higher rated player. Aster responds immediately with an effortless headshot to keep this close. He has to find another gear if he wants to climb back. A frantic exchange of fire, but the resilience is showing as Aster secures his second straight. The gap in their ratings is becoming far more apparent. What a turnaround. Aster has completely shifted the tide to tie this map up. The high ground is exactly where we expected the favorite to be. Aster is simply on fire right now, storming back into the lead. He's proving why those pre-match expectations were so skewed. Omnic manages to bring the series back to a dead heat. A huge mental reset for the lower ranked player. Unreal, that was a total brawl, and Aster barely manages to edge it out. He's really playing with fire, surviving by a hair. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing another quick win to extend the lead. Total shutdown, he just completely dismantles Omnic's hopes for a rally. Aster takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected the match to play out. He's just too consistent for Omnic to keep up with right now. Time to swap sides. He just completely shuts down the return attempt, keeping his momentum firmly in check. Everything about this run feels completely predictable. He shuts down the rally and picks up another, continuing this impressive surge. The skill ceiling difference is just too high. Omnic has definitely struggled lately, going 7-26 in his most recent matches. It makes this current fight back a lot more interesting since he's usually the one falling behind. I wonder if he's finally found a way to break through Aster's defense. It's becoming a back and forth battle now with both players trading rounds in this stretch. Aster's overall win rate usually makes him the one to beat. Another efficient exchange, and Aster is now just one step away from victory. What a finish! Aster closes the door with that final kill to take the victory. Just a total display of control there, keeping his composure while Omnic struggled to find any real answer. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a clash between Omnic and Waze, with the heavy favorite looking to dominate here. Waze typically wins 72% of their historical meetings with Omnic, but it's a tough spot to be in when your momentum is completely opposite from your opponents. It'll be interesting to see if that experience allows him to shut this down quickly. Omnic is really rolling now, leading 2-1. He is certainly not playing like the lower rated man right now. We are deadlocked in a seesaw battle here, with neither player able to pull away yet. Waze looks a lot more comfortable now after a tough start today. Omnic holds the edge now, leading 3-2. It's a bit of a surprise given the rating gap between them. Waze has a great eye for those high angles, picking Omnic right off the ramp to tie this up. Waze is really starting to take control of the tempo here, securing 2 in a row. He's certainly leaning on that superior rating right now. Waze simply outreacted him from the ramp, extending the run to 3 straight. He's simply not letting up, claiming another round to push his streak to 4. That's a brutal run of form for the man at the bottom of the ladder. Finally, a glimpse of a comeback as Omnic manages to disrupt that rhythm. Waze can afford to let the door swing wide open like that. A total deadlock on the ramp there, but Waze was just a hair quicker on the trigger. His rank is starting to show as we head toward the break. Waze holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the numbers predicted this match would go. He simply outplayed Omnic for the majority of the half. Omnic needs to find a spark. Omnic is really struggling today with just a 727 record over the last day. It explains why he's having such a hard time putting stops to this run. Waze is clearly in a different gear right now. Waze is just completely out-dueling him on the ramp right now. He's playing exactly like a top half player on the ladder. He's firmly back in the driver's seat, extending this run to 3 consecutive points. Absolutely untouchable right now as he moves within a single round of victory. Boom! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take the series. That was just a total shutdown. He really made a statement here to bounce back after his previous loss to Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We have Aster and Waze facing off right now on Mapas. Aster currently holds a lead in their head-to-head history with 42 wins over Waze. That's a strong foundation, but Waze has historically seen much more success on other maps. It will be interesting to see if he can adjust his approach here. Waze has seized the momentum with a 2-1 lead. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat early on. They're trading blows right now. Both players are staying completely locked in. The ladder difference is barely noticeable when the game's this tight. Waze is now commanding a narrow 3-2 lead. We're seeing that top half rating translate into some real results. Asterclaws back to tie it up at 3-all. It's a battle of the titans with these two separated by just a few rating points. Aster is starting to build a real cushion here as Waze struggles to find a response. Total deadlock now as they sit even at 4 apiece. Despite the odds, he's proving to be a tough matchup today. Waze edges ahead again, taking a commanding 5-4 lead. The momentum shift is mirroring that last encounter on fast aim. They are absolutely glued together now. Every time someone tries to build a lead, the other answers immediately. Waze manages to stay out front by a single round. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this series. We're locked at 6-6 going into the break. And honestly, Aster is proving he belongs here despite the lower rating. He's played this specific map far more successfully in the past, and it's showing in his confidence right now. Fresh starts for both players here. Aster takes the lead back with a 7-6 advantage. His recent form in the last 10 is actually trailing behind that of his opponent. Aster is putting on a strong show with that 23-12 record from the last day. It looks like he's managed to turn that recent surge into a real tactical advantage here. If he can keep this pace, he'll be closing this out quickly. Another one for Aster. He's just totally taking over this half now. He's definitely asserting his dominance in this particular matchup. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, extending that streak to 5 straight. A huge swing compared to that close loss on fast aim earlier. Waze answers back immediately with a sharp finish to hold that run. Waze is putting up a real fight here, closing the gap and putting a lot of pressure on Aster. Brutal exchange that ultimately goes in Aster's favor, putting him just one step from victory. Waze steps up with a perfect reaction to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely showing why he's seen so much success overall. Desperate fight there, but Waze manages to scrape through and keep this series going. Absolute chaos in these last few exchanges. Unbelievable, he's just not letting this series end, keeping his side of the scoreboard ticking. Absolute brilliance! Aster clinches the victory with that final exchange to close things out. Waze put up an incredible fight to force the issue, but just couldn't close the door. He really fought for every single round. What a match! Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster right here on Italy. Aster usually owns this matchup with a 78% win rate in their head-to-head history. And honestly, the gap in their individual ratings makes a lead for Omnic quite surprising. It'll be interesting to see if that early confidence translates into a real challenge. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. The higher seed is starting to respond. Omnic is putting on a show early on, completely ignoring the history between these two. Omnic is just barely clinging to that 3-2 lead. And just like that, Aster has tied it up. He's certainly playing like the higher rated competitor right now. Aster is completely taken over, claiming another round to extend the run. He's certainly showing the difference in class between the two. Just absolute control from the favorite, walking away with a perfect health bar for his 4th straight. What a scrap! Omnic manages to scrap through with a tiny sliver of health remaining. He's fighting through a tough start today after those previous losses. Omnic has had a brutal day so far, with a 7:28 record across his matches. You know, it's really hard to find that spark when the momentum is this heavily stacked against you. He needs to find a way to stabilize before the game slips away completely. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything about this half is just falling in line with the predictions. He's simply too consistent for Omnic to keep up right now. Time to see a different perspective. Omnic earns a fighting point to pull it back to 5-8. The lower seed is fighting a steep climb right now. Aster extends the gap to 9-5 with a clean victory. The gap in the rankings is really showing here. He's really starting to pull away now, putting himself in a great spot to wrap this up quickly. He's looked quite comfortable since his last meeting with the opponent. He's completely shut the door on any hope of a comeback, securing his 3rd straight. A sharp response from Omnic to halt that momentum. It is a tough mountain to climb for someone sitting at rank 36. He's really speeding up the tempo now, ending this round in basically a heartbeat. What a run! He's now taken 3 straight, refusing to let the favorites pull away. A perfect shot puts the match on the line for Aster. That reaction time was just frightening. Incredible. Aster closes it out with a clean sweep for the win. The top seed keeps his momentum rolling today, proving once again that he's the one to beat in this rivalry. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a duel between Omnic and Waze, with the favorite looking to dominate this match. Waze has absolutely dominated this head-to-head matchup, winning 73% of their games together. It's a massive gap in confidence that's clearly showing in these opening exchanges. Omnic needs to find a way to shake this mental block early. Waze holds a slim lead as we head into round 3. Omnic is really struggling to find some momentum after those previous losses. Waze is really putting on a clinic here, closing out these exchanges in the blink of an eye. Waze is just unstoppable right now, picking up another quick win to extend his lead. Waze just can't be stopped, cleaning up the fight to maintain his hold on this series. He's putting a lot of pressure on a player currently ranked 36th. The pressure is mounting as Waze keeps the momentum swinging heavily in his favor. Omnic manages to snap that run, ending the round with a swift flick. Omnic has had a really rough day overall, going 7-29 in his matches so far. It's making this current surge even more impressive, considering how poorly he's been playing today. He's fighting back against the odds here. Waze is firmly in control with an 8-3 advantage. The gap between the two of them in current form is just staggering. Waze takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's simply outplaying Omnic just like we expected. With his huge experience on this map, he's making this look easy so far. Omnic needs a big spark now. Waze is closing in on a landslide 10-3 victory. The experience gap between these two is really showing. Omnic is just staring down the barrel of a very fast defeat here. A total contrast to how his game went against Aster earlier. Omnic has a few points of confidence now, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, and he barely scrapes through with a sliver of health left. He is simply on fire right now, securing another completely untouched kill to extend the rally. He's completely taken over the server, strolling to a 4th straight victory. He's really shaking off that nightmare performance from earlier today. He just refuses to back down, outlasting his opponent in a gritty slugfest to keep the rally alive. Waze is looking completely rattled right now. He reacts instantly, putting himself just one step away from the victory. Chaotic fight where both players took a lot of damage, but Omnic came out on top. He's definitely showing a bit more grit in these closer fights. What a finish. Waze shuts the door with a perfect final round to secure the win. He definitely put up more of a fight than their last meeting, but he just couldn't find the consistency to pull off the upset.